What does it take to turn this into this? Well, today we are going to find out in part 4 of the Square Twist Samurai tutorial, and I think this is going to be the final part. So we've made a lot of progress through this entire series. So if you are caught up to this part, please let me know down in the comments, drop a like, subscribe if you haven't already. And thank you for appreciating this tutorial series so much. It's probably the craziest tutorial I've ever made, and it's one of the most complex, I think, on YouTube. So if you made it this far, great job. We are going to do some amazing work to turn it into something that looks like this. All right, so what is this tutorial going to be like? This will be a lot of wet shaping. So I've talked about wet shaping a little bit in the past. It's going to be using methyl cellulose and glue. So we're going to do a combo, kind of a hybrid, just so I can show you both techniques. If you only have one or the other, that's totally fine. But yeah, at least glue, right? Glue will still work totally fine. If you don't want to use glue, and you made it this far, you've kind of done the wrong origami model. But try to find methyl cellulose so you can be glue free. It's not an adhesive, but no shame in using glue. So we're going to be doing that. Now, shaping with glue or methyl cellulose is a very non-linear kind of path. So the previous tutorials was kind of step by step. You just follow along with me. This will be a little bit more of a flexible tutorial. So I'm going to be showing a lot of what I do to turn this into something that looks like this. And it's not exactly going to be like a one-to-one step. And that's just the exciting thing about shaping. You know, you never know what's going to happen. You use your own knowledge and experience and your own eye to make it as best as you can. But I'll give pointers to common mistakes as well as things you should think about as we go into this. Now, for the sake of the tutorial, I am just going to mimic this pose for the Square Twist Samurai. If you want to do your own pose, by all means, do your own pose. But for the tutorial, we are going to do this exact same pose. It's just going to be easier to have a reference. And I think it's a pretty cool pose. So, you know, why not? Let's just do this. All right. With all of that said, grab all your tools, get ready. We are going to have a lot of fun. All right, so let's begin. First, I am going to introduce what I'm using. So this is methyl cellulose that I have made and just put into this old bottle. This is the PVA I'm using. I don't know if they sell this anymore, but as long as it's pH neutral, you know, it's probably okay. And if you don't have this, then whatever white glue you have, that just use that. You know, totally fine. Then I have a little container. This is just what I'm going to pour the methyl cellulose in. You can see there's quite a bit of dried methyl cellulose. That'll all peel away later. But I normally just use a little bit of an amount at a time, depending on what I'm shaping, just so I don't use too much. And as you can see, that is a pretty thick, you know, viscosity of methyl cellulose. As for my brush, I have this small brush. It's super cheap. As you can see, I've taped around it because it broke before and I want to still use it a little bit longer. So I wrapped some tape around it. This is super cheap. Just get whatever thin brush you can find. You know, this was less than $1 US. But if you have a nicer brush, you can use that too, maybe, if you're okay getting glue on it. For now, I think we're just going to start with the methyl cellulose. We're not going to use the glue yet. Now, for this step, you can use glue if you'd like. I'm just not going to. And what we want to do is kind of retreat areas that we want to be secure. So this is why glue would help with this. Basically areas where in order to like fold it more or to shape it a little bit better, it'd be nice if it was kind of together. And since we folded everything already, it's, you know, a little bit soft maybe. So we're going to give it back that kind of crispy feel. And those areas, you don't want to do areas we're going to work on more. Just areas that, you know, we think we can get away with. I think actually even one of those areas would be for the katana, for the sheath. And then areas such as like the insides of these shoulder pads, maybe even the insides over here. We don't really want the square twist to lay flat, so don't glue those down, but maybe like the small layers on the sides, some of those, like over here, this doesn't necessarily need to pop up, so we can have it flatten a little bit, things like that. So let's actually just start with this, and I'm just gonna get a little bit of methyl cellulose, put it in here. Actually, this would probably be faster with glue, but I'm just gonna show you that you don't really need it. Just like that, just get a little bit inside so that, you know, when it dries, it can be a little bit more crispy. Same thing on the other side. And this is kind of how I start to scan to shaping, because I want these areas to, you know, kind of be strong once we actually get to posing it. I don't want to have to worry about these things moving around or the square twists falling out or popping up. Other areas we can apply it is actually in like this fold right here. Let's get a little bit here. Again, not much right now. And because I'm just kind of doing rough layers, I actually have a paper towel next to me. So if my fingers get wet with the methyl cellulose, I'll just dry them off. You don't want to accidentally get more of your model wet. And I'm using a very small amount of methyl cellulose because I don't want the paper itself to get too wet at this point. The areas over here, I'm going to leave as is because we're going to be shaping those, you know, further later, and I don't want to interrupt that yet. I think over on the face, I'm going to get some methyl cellulose inside of this layer for like the chin. So I unfolded a little bit, but this will just help reinforce that crease a little bit more, reinforce those layers so that they will behave as we fold them. And also once we get to the neck, right, something like this. And then basically once that dries, that will enable me to get the inside of the chin wet. And then once it dries, that makes that new paper memory. So it kind of will stay a bit better. Now we did some of those smaller things. Let's do a bigger portion. You know, maybe we just get the sword out of the way, right? At least the blade part. So I think for the blade part, what we can do is unfold this a little bit. And we're mainly going to be working with the internal layers. I don't want to get too much methyl cellulose on the outside layers. Otherwise, you know, you risk warping the sword a bit. Now, this is probably another area where using glue would be a little bit safer than the methyl cellulose. But in this case, I just like using methyl cellulose. Process might take a little bit longer, but that's just me. So getting this into those internal layers, going lighter on the coat towards the top, and just reinforcing that down. And it's obviously going to take longer than that to dry, but I am going to work on the next side. But yeah, you want your methyl cellulose to be thick enough that it can kind of, that you can work on it kind of like this, where you can almost use it as a glue. It definitely is not going to stick as nicely as a glue, but you'll get a little bit of that usability, just a bit. What you'll really feel here is the paper kind of gets soft, you know, but will be compressed. And the compressibility is really what our aim is in this section, because it lets us maneuver it, and then it'll harden when it dries. So I'm going to put a little bit more just on the base over here, and then just apply some on the inside of the sword here. And I'm going to carefully fold back the sword, both sides. So you can see it's not really sticking, but it's just now we can compress the blade a lot more. I'm going to try to refold it back into this position. Like this. And now what I'm going to do, I'm actually now going to use a little bit of the PVA for this final center because I actually want it to stick. So pretty much up until here, we just wanted it to compress the layers a bit more, which is why we got it wet. And now we want something to actually stick. So we're going to use PVA. Now you could also just get it to stick without the PVA, just with the MC, but that would mean we have to let what we did earlier dry first and then kind of re-wet it and get it dry again, which means we need to hold it in place for long enough and straight enough that it'll dry. And that can be a little bit weird sometimes. You know, you'll need some clips to keep the blade straight. This is just a little bit easier. Don't need too much PVA, right? I'm doing like you can see that's not much at all because I don't want the residue to kind of escape. It's just enough to stick together. And if it's not enough, later on I can come back and add more. But if there's too much glue, it can sometimes leave ugly residues if you try to remove it. All right. And we will have to wait a little bit here just to make sure it'll stick. But as we're getting there, feels pretty decent. Might need a little bit more towards the top. Still opening up on me quite a bit. And even with this PVA, I will need to just wait for it to dry a little bit if I want a really clean result, which I do. So I probably go and wait for it to dry, or at least have something to hold it in place while it dries. And that is going to be a lot of the shaping experience as you're wet folding, is waiting for things to dry. But yeah, there you go. Okay, so that is kind of our blade done. And the reason we do want to wait for this to dry generally is so that as we're working on the rest of the model, we don't accidentally bend the sword, in which case then it would dry bent. And from then on, it's kind of frustrating to, you know, re-wet it and then get it to re-dry unbent. So ideally it dries and is straight on our first go. Now I am going to be a little bit risky for the sake of the tutorial and work on the sheath layers a little bit while we are here. And this is going to kind of be a similar process. First, I'm going to get some of it wet just for compressibility, and then I'm going to add a little bit of PVA to get it to stick. Now, because this is so much thicker, I'm actually going to wait for it to dry a lot more before I fold the sheath in half. So we are just going to worry about these layers first. And it's kind of like a two-step process. And as you can see, I'm not really getting every layer. You don't have to necessarily hit every layer. You could if you want. Like if you know your environment, maybe you have, you know, a pet dog or something like that, that might risk the safety of the origami and you really want the model to be durable, you can glue every single layer, MC every single layer. But I do plan to travel with this model, so I want it fairly durable, but I don't have to go as far as worried about every single layer, as some of the methyl cellulose will soak through and provide enough protection. There you go. And again, I'm only doing this on the internal layers at this point. I have not put anything on the external layers in order to keep those from getting the wetness warp. But from here, I'm just letting a lot of the layers compress together just from being wet. There you go. And when it dries, it'll be pretty good from there. Now, as you can see, some of the layers, right, like this, didn't get too much of the methyl cellulose. So I'm just going to augment it a little bit with the PVA to get it to stick. And so, yeah, this is very much like a hybrid type of shaping. That's one side. I'm going to do the other side as well. I think it's like mainly just this central area that I want PVA'd. Oh, that was way too much. All right, that's it for now. Again, once it dries, if we need more, we can add more. But yeah, hey, this kind of process is kind of what it's like. Long process, you take it slow. Work on one portion at a time. Let it dry, you work on a different portion. You go from there. Now, after we did that, I'm checking my sword to make sure I didn't bump it too much while we were working on the other part, and it's looking good. All right, so again, I'm just going to leave that as, unfolded from being folded in half. Wait for it to dry a little bit. I also don't want it to bend too much or to curve too much as we're working on it. So we've got that. Let's check back on things over here. These are looking fine. All right, and I guess from this point, maybe, okay, now let's switch over from our MC and just use PVA. So again, PVA is going to be for sticking things together. Methyl cellulose is going to be for reinforcing layers to stay in one place or to try to have it compress a lot. So that's kind of the general uses. And as we go through different parts of the model, we'll be using them for those respective things. And if you only have glue or MC, they can be used for both things sometimes. In this case, I'm going to clean up the visor a little bit. We have these extra folds here, but they poke out a little bit too much, and I don't want those to be seen. So we need a solution that is for sticking. In this case, that's the job for PVA. Just a little bit because these are really small holds. So I dab out the extra, grab from my bottle, and just get a little bit under these layers. Like this. That way they'll stick. And I'm going to hold it in place just to let it kind of start drying a little bit. This PVA dries pretty fast, so I don't have to hold it too long. I do need to let it dry. All right. I think that's pretty good for now. All right, we can see how that looks cleaner. So that when it's actually folded over the face, there won't be any weird things sticking out. All right, let's look for something else we can maybe do while we're awaiting that. Okay, so I guess while everything else is dried, we can talk about the pose, or maybe some of the legs, just some extra work we need to get done. If I grab my samurai that I've finished, you can see how the legs are kind of three-dimensional, right? And that is because we use these layers here for shaping. Now, these layers on the edge are very thin. This one is like 2 layers thick. This one has maybe a little bit more, but probably not all the way through. Let me try to reach. Yeah, like it's basically only 2 layers thick on both sides. So these aren't very, durable at this point. And I think one thing we can do, which helps with shaping, is because we don't need to, open at least this layer up anymore, we can add some PVA, just a thin layer around here, and that'll help strengthen these layers together for when we start to actually shape them. So it's kind of like how we make double tissue, right? To make it stronger. We're just combining these two layers on the edge together. Like this. Just make sure it's glued together like this with a little bit of PVA. And for the other side, it's kind of similar. If I look on this layer, right, I'm going to add some PVA in here. Not too much. Maybe a little bit more. There you go. Get that to stick. Make sure it dries. Now I'm making sure that I don't glue, or that the glue doesn't soak through this paper to hit the other layers. I just want to reinforce these two a little bit. That will puff out for the leg. Obviously, we shall do that on both of the legs. All right, I think I need to add just a little bit more on this right side. Just for the edge. All right, and that is looking pretty good. All right, other parts you can probably do that would be safe is, okay, so like small areas with layers that are sticking out, like right here. Let's add some PVA there, because we don't really need unfold this section at all, just in this upper quadrant. And at least on my fold, it feels pretty soft just because we did a lot of work in that area. So this PVA drying will also kind of help stiffen the paper a bit. And I'm just being careful not to get any in the next section yet, because we're not ready to work on that. Okay, we got that. I think the underside is fine. Don't need to do much there. I guess maybe what we can do is this flap right here that we had previously folded in half, I'm going to add a little bit to the backside. Again, just to stiffen it. Keep it in place while we're working on it. It'll help when we do these bevels to not unfold. Just like that. All right, things are looking pretty good so far. All right, let's see what next. Okay, so we need to wait for the legs to dry. We've kind of done some cleaning up. Let me think if there's any other cleaning up we can do. Oh, okay, I think also kind of like what we did on the top. I know we methyl cellulose this bottom one, but that's because there's a little bit more layers here. But let's just PVA the top part of this, or the sides, because might as well. All right, so that part is done. I think for now, an easy thing we can, I guess, start on is let's work on this hand over here while everything else is drying. Now on this pose we're going for, the hand is just reaching to the back of where the sheath is and just grabbing a hold of it. As you can see, there's like a valley fold here, and then it kind of is like curved around to just try to show the arm. Now, this isn't really the best way to shape this, honestly, but it just kind of works for us. The thing that really helps it is that the shoulder pad is angled in a way that helps sell the effect of the pose. So you can see naturally our shoulder kind of is already in that position. We also have this back flap here, which will help us a little bit with the 3D part, right, of that shoulder. We don't want to make it look too disconnected. Then in this area, right, this is where we kind of had a valley fold like this for the elbow. And I'm trying to think if we can't really grab onto our hilt right now because it's not done yet, but we can kind of start just to, plan out what we're going to do. Maybe there is a better way to use this and some of the folds, some of the layers to make it a bit more 3D instead of just doing a curve like that. I think the other way would be to maybe do a crimp. I'm not sure if that would be much cleaner. Now, one thing you could do is if you pretend with your own elbow to reach back for something, try to pay attention to how your shoulder and how your elbow, reacts. Obviously, there's going to be quite a dramatic bend at the elbow. And so we want to make sure we have that, but we don't want to make what we call like a rubber limb syndrome, where it's all like super curved and everything. It should have the lower part of the arm be straight and the upper part of the arm be straight. As you can imagine, like the bone that is part of those things. So I'm just trying to feel out if there's a way I can get this kind of curve while still showing that the arm is in fact very, structured. I think if we do something like this, where I've just kind of done a small crimp, and then this is where I'm trying to have the elbow, but I can use some curves on that corner. That'll both help keep the paper in place and allow it to curve a bit more. Then that'll be good. And then with these layers underneath our square twists, I can try to pull these down a little bit. Now, they're mostly going to be hidden by that square twist, which is totally fine. But we just still want to have some depth into this arm so that it's not super flattened. And we don't have that much space actually for this arm to have paper, but sometimes I'll use some of the layers to kind of make the arm a bit more voluminous, like this. The main problem with this is now we just have to see where the fingers go. So let's start working on our hand. I think this finger will be the thumb. It's going to grip this way for the hilt. So I'm just going to kind of swivel it out for now like this. And I'm gonna, if I actually have it at this orientation, our fingers kind of fan out in this arrangement. But they're all very like pointed, you know what I mean? So I think what I want to do is to have them splay, but kind of add like a, almost try to flatten them back this way into each other a little bit. So I'm just kind of twisting them like this. That also helps me set the hand width a bit here. And the reason this will work, I think, is because right now they're folded down into this thing, so it looks kind of weird. But once I open the layer to make the arm a bit more voluminous, it should form our palm, or at least we should have enough for a little bit of a palm, or the back of a hand, if it twists into it like that. Yeah, I think that's gonna work. Obviously, it's a little bit crazy right now, but I think I'm just kind of testing. I think what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to glue some of these layers together so that they're gonna stay, and then we can work out the fingers later. So I don't want to glue the underside layers. I'm just gonna glue the top layers, and yeah, actually, this is kind of a side tangent, but if you've seen some of my previous designs or some of my recent designs before this tutorial's come out, like the Sam video, I've very much liked that hand structure over the corner hand that's on the samurai because it's easier to shape when you have more paper. The fact that it's a thicker arm actually makes it a little bit easier to shape. So I think my plan with PVA here is I'm going to glue just the top layers together of this arm and just in the forearm section. And then I'm also going to glue some of the layers, like the very most edge layers of the fingers together, so they won't splay apart as much either. I don't want to glue all of them because I kind of want to add some thickness to the fingers so they don't look too claw-like. But we're going to start with this. And then like on some of these fingers, they're really thin. So just around the edge, I'm going to add some glue very lightly. So that's going to, allow me to shape the fingers a little bit better because all the layers won't splay out. Even this thumb, I think the thumb is the thinnest flap. Right, so it's kind of just at least on this last layer of the fingers, or of this reverse fold for the fingers. That's where I'm adding the glue. All right, so we at least have a plan started for this. I'm going to need to let that dry before we go further. And as I was working on that, I'm again double checking the sword. Bent a little bit, so I'm going to get to unbend a little bit like this. All right, so we started some things. I think this is a good place to just take a small break and let everything fully dry before we come back to it. So go ahead, try all this stuff on yours. We're going to come back in a little bit once it's dry. Now, I don't like to let it lay flat exactly like this when it's drying because it might move the sword or the arm. So what I will do is just grab something. Actually, I use this a lot. You probably have seen this in my other videos or my live streams. It's just a notepad with a shark. And I just set it on top of this. So now it's actually resting on the hilt back here, which is flattened. And it kind of, doesn't bother anything else. Sometimes I will also just tie a wire around an area that I haven't been working on and hang it from like a coat hanger or something so that, again, it's in free air. Nothing's affecting it as it's drying. But yeah, okay. So we'll come back. It'll probably be in like a few hours or so once this is dry. For me, or for you, can just be like at least like 30 minutes. Just let things set. And we'll continue. Right, so we're back and things are dry. It's actually been quite a few hours since I let this sit, but things are going good. The sword is pretty firm now. It's pretty strong. Yeah, it's looking great. Back sheath is all dry as well, looking pretty good too. Crispy, still has some room because we want that to be good once we seal it all off. But you can see it's kind of holding itself together. And this hand is looking all right as well. We have the fingers kind of all spread, and this is a lot more sturdy. So let's start from here and just try to work on it a little bit. All right, so we have this as the arm, right? So the plan was to have it curved like this and then let the arm kind of pull out in this manner so that this adds more width. And to really enable that, we kind of have to curve this part of the arm in a little bit like that. And that way we can have our fingers on the outside like this. So originally I was going to swivel them out a little bit to the side to allow them to kind of form like this. Let's start with this outside one. I'm going to shrink it back a little bit more because it's the pinky finger. So it's going to be more out, it's a little shorter. Next finger kind of right here. We got the next one. The middle finger should be a little bit longer. And index finger around the same. And lastly, we have the thumb, which will also be kind of out to the side, like this. Let's try to get all those set. Something like this, so it's kind of in a hand shape. And now, of course, this is too wide. We need to define a wrist. I think what we should do is generally, if you look at the shape of your hand like this, and it's going to be holding something, right? So it's going to be kind of like this. We can have the fingers pretty close by, and our wrist position should kind of be straight. So the thumb kind of bulges out this way. We can have that kind of curve, but for the pinky, we want it to be straight. So I'm actually going to grab my tweezers. This is going to be helpful for me to maneuver the pinky a little bit. Let's start by actually thinning out the pinky slightly. So I'm just starting to bend the edge of it in just a little bit. And then on the edge of the wrist here, I'm going to start to, actually I probably don't need for that one, but that way it kind of thins the finger and the wrist kind of at the same time like this, right? So it's kind of in line. We don't want it to be too spread out. And I think later on, we're going to be thinning these fingers out a little bit more too. At least over here where we have the thumb, I'm going to scoot down just a little bit. We should try to make a concave type of wrist around this area. right? So it's less wide than the forearm. And what I'm doing is I'm just kind of pressing on the paper to make a small crimp that bends on the inside of the paper. And that way I can like thin out the paper and then kind of refold along that crimp to make like the forearm, right? Like that. So now if we look from the front, we're starting to get that, you know, a bit more of an arm shape. It's not fully flattened. And we have like the essence of a wrist. Now, I think this should work for when we then go to grab the sword, what it'll look like. I think it'll look a little bit more natural. Have a little bit more depth, even though this one is nicely folded, you know, from the side, it's kind of flattened. But in this one, we'll have a little bit more roundedness. All right, so I think at this point, we leave it like this for now until we work on this section. I think, what should we do? I think from here, I'd like to do a lot more of the body before we fully complete the sheath, just because it's going to change where it's gone a little bit. But for now, I think it's safe to at least just fold this back in half, kind of see where we are in the progress of this. Something like this, something like this. There's layers, and then this thick section, and press it down. And ideally, more of the layers will stay together this time. Not all of them will, which is okay. I think eventually we're going to try to minimize as much as possible. And you can see it's still like a little bit rounded based on the thicknesses, but once we do our final layer of glue, we want to keep it as clean as possible. Yeah, we'll wait for that until we have more of the body set. That way, you know, if you glue too early, you can't undo it. In this case, we can, once we pose everything, we can lock in the back, then we can position this one in the right spot. Should be good from there. All right, so we've done some stuff on there. Let's take a look at this arm. All right, we've done the katana. I think what we can try to do is finish it off so that we can just complete the arms and then start shaping this one. Now, this arm is quite a lot simpler to shape. The pose will, you know, be more of a neutral shoulder with the arm out like this, because our samurai is holding the sword kind of out. So if we're looking from an angle above, right, the arm does curve in just a little bit for where it's holding the sword. So we'll have a small bend at this elbow, but nothing as dramatic as the other one. Just like a small kind of indent almost. You can barely even see it on this one. And then, of course, we just need the arms wrapped around the hilt. So yeah, I think let's start at the hilt. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some methyl cellulose in the very center of this hilt, and then also PVA, because this one, it's with how thick it is, we're going to need both the compressibility and the stickiness factor. If you only have white glue, that's fine too. You can just use white glue. But all right, so we got our MC just a little bit, and then we got our PVA here. All right, so I'm gonna start on this side, the MC. So just some on the internal layers to get it a little bit wet. There you go, and then let's get PVA more into the other layers. Including the very top layer. I think that one is gonna have the most tension or chance to pop out just because of how everything else is folded. There we go. And then I'm still not really needing to do every layer, but we'll try to hit as many as we can, at least with just a little bit of glue or MC. All right, so we did quite a bit on that side. All right, now we're gonna go to the other side, which we added some MC already, but now we're gonna add some PVA. Now, if you're doing this with only glue, I think it's going to be pretty similar to what I'm doing here. If you're only using methyl cellulose, you'll probably get this a lot more wet. And also, you're going to want to have something to hold it in place as it dries, because you don't want to get it too wet to the point where it's, just a mess. But you could get it pretty wet and then like really squeeze it tight or even twist it. It'll be a little bit more organic of a shaping, but you can try that and then let it, just as long as it dries in place, it'll stay. It's kind of the magical part of methyl cellulose. Then here we're kind of just going for a stickiness factor. It's a little easier to show in the tutorial, and it's going to take a lot less time. Totally fine to do. All right, so once that is kind of setting together, right, we want to get it to fold in half. Kind of get it to fit into the position it was in before. Like this. Try to get it where it's hiding as many of those layers as possible. Like this. And even with the PVA, I still want to hold it while it's drying, just to make sure it is kind of in the right spot. So I'm just looking where my blade is, where the hilt is, going from there. And I think I will put a little bit of PVA just in the center there to keep it together. It's too much. Just like that. All right. So while this is kind of half dry, we're going to keep going. You might notice that it's very floppy on this plane as well as this plane. We're going to fix that later. Again, you can either use MC or water or MC or glue to just stick it down. But what I want to do first is actually the fingers, just so that I know how they wrap around the handle of the sword before I freeze the sword, because we might need to be shifting the sword around a little bit just to get it to fit in the hand nicely. So I'm not going to worry about those ones yet. And as for the hand, let's flip it this way. Another nice thing of using like a block like this is you can kind of rest it in different positions, right? So if I need to look at the hand more, I can have this to kind of counterbalance. All right, so here we are with the hand. I showed in the previous tutorial how you can spread these fingers out a little bit. Now, the top one is going to be the thumb. So this is the one that's kind of important to pull out as much as possible. So I'm just going to kind of drag it out like this until it's kind of in, a thumb-like position. And like I said, with the hand, we don't want the pinky to be sticking out too far or to make its own thing. So a lot of mistakes I see when people make hands is they let this pinky kind of stick downwards. And if you're to do that, like, it's okay for an open hand, but if it's holding something, you don't really want it to be out that far. So I'd much rather stretch the rest of the fingers over that way instead of moving the pinky. Even though it seems kind of tempting to move the pinky more, just because it's the outermost flap, you're going to want to try to shift the other fingers. Now, if it comes to it and you have to kind of splay the pinky a little bit, you just compensate it back by like crimping between these fingers to like reline everything back up, which I think is what we're going to have to do anyways. But here we have the fingers, right? And they are kind of splayed. In order to bring them together to make it look like it's holding something, we're actually going to have to thin them out. So what I'm going to do, probably except the pinky's small enough. But the way this structure is, right, it's not as free as doing the sync folds, but you can still kind of just torque these fingers in half. And as you fold them in half, it's going to increase how like long they are, or it just basically increases this gap, which is the illusion of how long they are. But as you can see right now, as I fold that one in half, it has that much. It looks like a longer finger. Do that to this next one, right? Now they're looking more finger shaped. So we're gonna head and do this. And then what we might have to do is, as I'm squeezing them, even though it looks good from the top, a lot of times the layers will pop out from the bottom, right? And it's not super nice, and it's a little bit hard to work with once we want to curve the fingers. So I'm gonna glue the layers in place once they're kind of in this position. The pinky, I don't have to fold the pinky in half. I can just kind of turn it and it'll just be like that. All right, so that's how our hand is going. We want the thumb a little bit long for now because it needs a little bit of length to like reach around the hilt, but it's gonna fold more downwards like this. All right, now from here, you'll look again on the underside. And we are going to glue some of these layers on the side of each finger just to secure them into place a bit better. So let's take our PVA and just kind of fit between the layers here. And these fingers do get pretty thick, so try to get glue into those layers very carefully. And there's a few different layers. I think, again, the outermost layers are definitely the more important ones to glue, just because those are the ones that tend to splay out further. So let's check that out. Bent the tip a little bit. Like this. So you might need to like repress each finger. And even after this one dries, you might have to go back and glue more, depending on if the layer is still sticking up a little bit. Yeah, fingers just add time that it takes to shape. So very small feature, but valuable in spending time in them to get them right. Otherwise, they just kind of look like goofy leftover details, which you don't want that to happen. And then this pinky, right? Maybe we can get some glue in there. Now it's already, actually, this layer is very thin, so we don't want to make it look too thin. I think just a little bit in there should be fine. Right? Again, we don't want our fingers to look too claw-like, but in this scenario, because they're going to be fully bent around the hilt, it won't matter too much. Let's get a little bit more glue in the thumb. All right, so I'm going to want that to dry a little bit before I fully maneuver it over there. So let's see what we can work on next, maybe. I think after we get both hands done, then we will move on to the neck positioning. And I think once that's out of the way, we can do more with the body and then go for the legs, because that will be set. Now, one thing we can maybe do here is, you see how on our samurai we have It's almost like a large hexagon where the corners are folded in on the torso. Let's go ahead and do that actually right now. I think I forgot to do that in the previous tutorial. All you really want to do is find where like the half marks are of the grid and just fold the corner down. It doesn't have to be like a super specific reference, but at least in this bottom one, it'll line up with the other edge here. This. Same thing on the other side. Let's do the bottom one first, then match it to the top. Here's the top one. Something like that. And once we have that done, let's go ahead and just actually glue these tips back. Get them out of the way. And that's because we're going to add that bevel texture to them later, which helps when it kind of acts as one layer of paper. So sticking it behind will just help. You can still do it without sticking it behind, but this will just, again, make things a little bit easier for us as we're folding and working on it. All right, I think that's looking pretty good. Is there any other small details we can get by with while we're here? I think things are looking okay. Okay, maybe we can start talking about the legs. So when we look at the stance of this samurai, take it off the stand. I think the first thing to notice is actually the angle of the hips and how those hip joints are working. So if we think about our body in line like this, we have one leg that's out this angle and the other leg that's out at the other angle. Now, if you try this out yourself, this pose, which I recommend you do, I want you to pay attention to how your hips actually turn as you're doing this wide stance. Oftentimes humans generally can't, or we don't really middle split that well as much as, so let me use my hands, right? My fingers, imagine my fingers are legs, right? This way only has a certain amount of range, but this way has a lot more range. And so if you look at the model here, you want to think about that, right? As your hip joint, it can turn a little bit, but in the most part, this leg is actually coming forward and down a little bit. And this one is actually pushing backwards and down a bit. And then the hips are just kind of twisting just a little bit to actually get that in place. And that hip twist is a little bit hard to do with origami, but we fortunately have this kind of structure here. And that will let us have a little bit of flexibility when we do that twist. So, you know, as we kind of methyl cellulose it later, that's going to be the tension point and where our legs are going to be, where this one is kind of, you know, this way. The other one is this way. And then with the hips, it can kind of turn a little bit. Now we will have to pull on the paper a bit just to get the legs actually in this kind of scenario. If you look up towards this section, like there is some stretching and sorts just because like the paper kind of locks in over here. So maybe what we can try is just feel the leg this way. Try to, you know, bring it a little bit outwards, like this. Just see how that feels. And on the other one, a little bit back and sideways. And that'll just give you a feeling of how it works. The battle dresses will kind of stay on top, but it's more going to be defined by the legs down here. But yeah, obviously that won't set until we actually have our foot pose. We did strengthen the edges of each side here. So I think now we can at least start to work on the knees a bit. Now I have been working on a lot of different knees in general for humans. This one I learned from my friend Paper Forger that I've been practicing. We don't need to be this aggressive with a knee shape, but I think this shows what you can achieve with paper, at least to kind of get that essence of the knee sitting over, you know, your shin. It's kind of like floating on top if you look at your own knee, and that helps us define the knee quite a bit. And in this case, we do have a bend, so it's a little bit all right. But on my fold, actually, I think my leg, it's a little bit rubber leggy. We do kind of have that knee joint. It helps from the front that it looks like the armor is covering it. But we want to try to make that knee look like a knee. Right, so I think what we can do here is on our crimp, at least on this one, we had a little bit for a thigh here, which kind of works well. And so we want to kind of simulate that kind of type of crimp on the edges. So our knee will bend right where this kind of feature is right here. Right, so let's just put a mountain fold kind of right in the center over there. It's the start of our knee. And it can bend. Let's go for, you know, around like a little bit less than 90 degrees. And to transition it, you can have the start of like something like this. To go over the top on both sides. All right, so I'm making almost like a 45-degree fold as a little crimp so that it can bend down this way. So start with that on both sides. Like this. But if we do it like this, it's actually very boxy looking. So I think what we can do is bring in the knee a little bit this way. And I'm going to be mountain folding almost like this. And I think what it can do is basically I'm folding underneath this top layer. This top layer can still kind of simulate our knee. Just try to match to make, you know, a more angled, you know, even if this is a muscular and armored guard, you know, we still kind of want the shape of where the shin guard or where the calf begins. So let's try to just get that going as like another type of crimp. Form that knee. Right, and adjusting all of that together. So far we have something like this. And I think the leg is still looking a little bit boxy. So I'm going to try to curve this in just a little bit. So like the corners here, basically, I want them to be rounded. I think to help them to round, we're going to eventually need to use the glue to keep the layers together. But even with this soft kind of pushing, you can kind of start to see, you know, it's working. And even down here, we're almost starting to get our calf shape. And I think I'm going to drop this crease all the way down for now to here. I think later on we're going to adjust it, but I just kind of want it set. So we have something. to work against. All right. Now, I'm a little hesitant to glue anything yet. I think here we're going to need to a little bit. In this scenario, when I have something where I want to glue it, but also might want to be able to change it later, I will just use a lot less glue. So any white glue, it's not permanent, right? As long as you're not using like a super glue, generally you can gently peel the paper layers apart if you don't use that much glue. And if all else fails, it'll just like, rip the paper a little bit on the top layer, but like not actually make a tear. So in this scenario, I'm just using a very light amount of glue on these crimps I made just to kind of hold it in place for myself as I look at it and see if this is correct. I'm just going to very lightly glue this. And I'm just going to do both sides to keep it in place for now. And make sure it's enough that I can, or it's not, it's a little enough that I can undo it later. So yeah, I know this part, this is kind of how the tutorial is going to be, right? It's not exact step-by-step process. It's kind of like what I mentioned. We're going to have to check it and just trust our eyes to see what looks the best. And as we get closer and closer to that, that's how we're going to get our model to be more and more complete. So like, as you can see here, it's very rounded. So I think over time, I just very carefully rounded everything into place. And actually, if you look at here, my paper layers were wide enough to kind of do closed calves. I don't know if that's exactly what we're going to do on this one, but if we have enough paper, we can try to get close to that. All right, so we have this. I keep bumping the tip of my sword. It's making me nervous. Right. I'm not going to glue the bottom part yet because I kind of want to observe it more before I go for it, at least the top. But what I do want to do on the top is, do we see how on our thigh we have all of these layers? I think I'm going to glue them together just so they hold properly without gluing this top one. I want the waistcoat to be separate. So I'm going to make sure I don't glue that. But for the others, I'm going to add some glue. I grabbed way too much. Add some glue underneath this layer. And the next one. And the next one. Just a little bit. All right. Press that down. Keep those layers together. That way, if we do want to curve the thigh inwards a little bit more, these layers won't pop up and fight us. They'll be stuck together. And I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. I'm just going to glue. In this case, there's less layers. I think there's only 2. So we're going to add some glue there. This top one, I'm not going to add too much, just a little bit on the inside, but on the next one, I'll make sure it's a little flush. And we'll put a little bit more on this one. Something like this. All right, and I think what I should do is just let this dry for a little bit before I move on. And then we'll come back and see how it looks and adjust it from there. All right, we're back. Things are a little bit more dry, and it's casually 3 in the morning that we're working on this. That's totally fine, right? Okay, but let's check out the leg. So this is been secured, right? We've glued the layers a bit together so we can work on shaping it. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's grab our other samurai friend just so we can kind of check out the angle as well as our leg reference. All right, so I think things are looking pretty okay. I think one thing I want to do now is in this knee section, this is going to be like the top of the shin guard, which we can kind of see over here. But in order to do that, we can, like these 2 tabs here, I can kind of push them in to round them, and it gives us a little bit of that knee shape where the knee is over the top. Right, you can kind of see how that works. And even if we push in a little bit like that, and at the same time as we do that, we kind of close it together, you really get that effect. So I think that's going to be like the goal of how we're shaping it. And then once that's in place, to get this lifted a little bit, we can kind of swivel it outwards by moving. So I'm like lifting it a little bit and then squeezing around the sides to kind of give it a little opening, a little swivel like this as we're opening it up. And it'll help push that just ever so slightly open. Kind of like this. I think that looks pretty good too. All right, so that's going well. Now we also had for the calf like this whole structure going. So I think we can keep leaning into that. This. And maybe it doesn't need to be... Actually, yeah, no, I think it's aggressive enough, actually. Because the leg is going to be up this way in our pose, right? Like that. So that should be totally fine for how the model's going to stand. I think that's pretty good. We can probably go ahead and glue that as well, but before we do that, I think we should just mock out the rest of the leg. So let me put this in a little bit more for our calf. And I think with our leg, it's not going to be exactly this wide. It's also going to curve in a little bit. And this is kind of where we get to our foot. So I believe the foot can start somewhere around this line. So we have that spread squash here. It can be kind of around here, which does give us actually quite a lot of room to make a foot. However, some of that is going to go to the ankle. Like this. So even if I just do like a simple crimp here, I think we start to get that foot. Now, I don't want our foot to be too flat. I want it to have a little bit of 3D-ness. This actually has quite a bit of 3D-ness. We're not going to exactly do it like that either. But the goal is to kind of allow these, like basically what's happening as I'm doing this crimp is it's fighting against this area that we've tried to round out, which we might use to close the foot a little bit. So again, referring to this as an example, you kind of see how we've given the foot a plane on the side of the foot to try to do that. So we're going to do something similar, not fully exact, but what we can do is by using this crimp right here. So it's just a valley fold and then a mountain fold along the existing creases while keeping the back open. So I stick my finger in the back. All right, we have that. But now I think I'm going to fold the foot just a little bit in half so I can grab it and do almost a pleats underneath it and down. So, or a crimp. So I'm kind of crimping where there's a new mountain fold forming, kind of like right there. And then a valley fold as a crimp on both sides. And that will just give us a little bit of flexibility to shape it. So basically what I did is I added that mountain fold and valley fold to both sides, and it's inside of that existing 3D crimp. And this will give us a little bit of an angle to our foot, which now we can round it out again. And until I kind of lock this structure, I can just add a mountain fold to the very edges. Just adding mountain fold to the very edges. Right, and we still have quite a bit of room to do something else with the foot, but basically I want this area to kind of be where the side of our foot is. I can kind of push down into more of like a foot shape or a shoe shape here with the mountain fold. Try to get the same thing on the other side. So it's looking like this. Now I think the foot is a little too big, which is totally a problem we can solve. We can either just fold in, but yeah, I kind of, now that we have extra room, which we didn't have on this foot, I kind of want to do something extra to the foot instead of just folding it in or crimping. I'm not exactly sure what yet, but yeah, maybe I'll play around with it later. But at least for now, this is kind of our foot structure. And, you know, maybe even here, if I unfold the sides a little bit and then give another pleat using this top tip here, maybe just a little bit. Right, now we can give some more shape to the foot or the boot. And then because we have this extra stuff sticking out here, again, that's just what we're going to valley fold inside. On both sides. But essentially what we're doing here, you can play around with this too. You don't have to do this exact foot. I'm just kind of playing around with some shapes. Like try to see what kind of foot I want. But as long as the ankle and the foot are kind of set, that's the goal here. All right, so that's looking okay for now. I think that's fine. Last thing we really have to do is cut to close off the calf. And when we add this fold here, right, it kind of gives the shape of the calf, but we've got this whole extra bit, which is going to curve around into the back of the calf. Now to help it, I kind of need to add a mountain fold that just goes down like this to kind of show the paper where the calf needs to be. I'm going to try to add that. Here. and then it will kind of collide with this other crease I have here as I hold it around and buff it out a little bit. Right, and then in the back we have this extra bit here, which I can just kind of crimp upwards, and it almost closes the calf in the back on one side, right? And we kind of just do the same thing on the other side here. So over here, I fold it down. It's a little bit too wide. I have it more so like here. And this side didn't come out nearly as even as the other side did, so I'm just going to try to fix it. I'm just kind of eyeballing these shapes and then creasing, and if it looks good, then I check it and try to adjust until it looks better. Something like this. And again, it's a little hard to visualize because the leg is opening so much, but I'm just trying to get it as close as I can and squeezing it together to visualize what it'll look like when it's all together. And then from there, we can glue more of it and keep correcting until we're good to go. I think even with this, before we glue the bottom part of the hinge, we can add like a swivel fold here. So I'm gonna start with this side. I'm gonna grab my tweezers and add like a mountain fold that goes this way. So it thins out this connection a little bit. And then on the inside here, it's hard to see, but it just swivel folds with the structure we already have going on the inside. Just to kind of keep it flat, out of the way. I think that'll be kind of good. And looking at it more, I think my shape on this one, the calf needs to be a bit higher up here. I'm just going to change where the mountain fold is fully setting, a little bit higher. Right. Just getting that to be a bit more where I want it to be. Should be around there. Softly crease. All right, and I think it's from here we can glue a little bit more. So I'm just gonna glue in this top region first and let that dry, and then manipulate the rest of the leg a little bit more until I get it to how I want it to be, and just keep working at it from there. So let's go ahead and do that. Right, and then on the other side as well. So yeah, we're very gently like getting it to be round. And I'm just holding it together to let it set a little bit. Now it can kind of dry as is. And basically what I like to do is once I like the way a foot looks, then I will go and try to copy it to the other side. But until then, we're going to just work on this foot until we're good to go. Now, I think we do have some more things we can glue in the meantime. I probably shouldn't work on the foot too much while it's drying. But the fingers are also dry. And then one other thing I think we can do is actually this back flap here. So remember how we pleated all this together? I think what we can actually do is just unfold it a little bit. And then a little bit in the layers, add some glue, and then fold it back up. Now, these ones, I'm mainly going to do the internal layers and then a little bit on the top layer. And I think once that is all good, it'll just strengthen that flap for when we eventually shape it. Just add some glue in between the layers, not too much. Just a little bit to keep it in place. Right, and I won't squeeze that too hard yet. I want to add some glue to the other side, and then I'll squeeze it tightly when it's already pleated. That was probably too much. Just like that. And refold pleats, which actually they've nicely kind of stayed already. All right, and let this dry nicely. That should be good. Come back when that's dry. All right, so we're back on the hand, the sword hand. Right, we glued the thumb and the fingers to make them a bit more rigid. Now the issue is getting it into place where the hilt should be. We won't worry about how floppy the katana is. That's something we can fix. But I think what we should do is we're going to grab the top few layers of the arm. Because we actually, our hand is too far away from the hilt. And we can't really bring the hilt to the hand, but we can bring the hand to the hilt. So what I generally do is I add like a pleat this way. So it sends the hand backwards a little bit. And I try to make this like the top of an arm guard. So I'm actually going to pleat the top here like this. There's a mountain valley, just like that. And that will allow this hand to get a lot closer to the hilt. Obviously the thumb is kind of out of the way. So let's actually get the thumb folded down into this area and then get the rest of the fingers as best as we can towards the hilt. So I flip it over so you can see. You want to angle it as close as we can get to the hilt right there. And that's where the katana will be. Something like this. And I want to check this quite a bit just to make sure it looks good before I commit to it. Just how the handguard will be. Now the thumb is there. It probably will get a little bit lost. Might need to actually adjust this a little bit more to the back to really get it to settle in. All right, there's the fingers. I'm going to fold them together. I'm not going to try to curve the fingers yet around the hilt. I just want them in like a group where they look like fingers and they're relatively in the right place, like this. And just see how it sits on the handguard. Now the handguard, mine is slipping a little bit here. So I think we're gonna try to fix that. I might have to glue the rest of it before that fully fixes, but I think something like this is okay. Sitting over the hand. All right, and then last thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to thin out some of the wrist. So that will just help us wrap a little bit easier. So in this section, I'm just going to valley fold it down a little bit like this. Try to thin out that wrist a little bit. It's almost like I'm just pushing down the layers. Except for where we have this crimp. And that should let our thumb slide in a little bit more than it was before. And let our hand kind of fit on top over here. So you kind of see how that works. It's a lot of pulling and pushing, but that's generally how we're going to try to make it. All right, so I think what we should do now is add some glue to the hand guard so it stops sliding around, because mine is really sliding around. And then once the hand guard is dry and in place, then I can safely wrap the hand around the handle and just keep going from there. So I think for the handguard, you might not have this problem, but if you do, what you want to do is add glue in between these layers where the handguard is, like in those layers, and let it dry in the position that we want it to be in. So add some glue in between these layers. I'm going to try to get my brush as deep as possible in between here, just so we can get the glue there. Just like that. I think that should be enough for now. And just let it set like this, nice and even. All right, and we're gonna hope that dries nicely. We'll come back to the hand later. All right, so that's got to dry. Now on this hand, I know we said we weren't going to do a whole lot yet, but I think what we can do now is also add some glue between each of the top layers of these fingers just to set them in place. Because once those are a bit more set, we can actually do some really tiny swivel folds to make the fingers less sharp and a little bit more finger shaped, a little bit more cylindrical instead of triangular. And that will make it a lot nicer to shape once we have to fit it around the sheath. So I'm just opening up some of the top layers of the fingers and a little bit of glue into each of them. Yeah, just looking, any of them are open. So far that looks pretty good. All right, and we're gonna let that dry as well. A lot of small things at a time, you know what I'm saying? All right, and I think from there we take another period of rest and let things dry, get in place, but we are doing pretty good so far with this pose. All right, we're back and it's been some time, so things have been set to dry. Things are looking pretty good. I think we are ready to just keep going. I believe one of the last things we did was to secure the pommel of our handle, right? So that's doing pretty good. Let's see. We have a lot we could work on. We could go back to the leg. We could work on the sword more. Let's maybe try to finish up this sword, just to get it all done. Now that the handle is kind of more set, I think what we can do is try to get this hand really close to the hilt here and just finish it off. So remember on before, we kind of have this pleat to pull the whole hand backwards to get it around the handle. So we are going to be utilizing that a lot today. And again, I think we're going to be using a mix of methylcellulose and PVA just to get that set. So I'm going to prep some methylcellulose for myself. And where I want to put it is just in between these layers, really close to where the handle is. And we can actually get quite a lot in there because this will be something where we're going to get it pretty wet so it can compress and hold its shape, right? It's more of an important thing that it holds its position and shape than the fact that we're trying to stick something. So methylcellulose in this scenario will work really well for us. Again, everything is still kind of interchangeable. So if you just have glue, that's all right as well. If anything, if maybe you can add just a little bit of water to a glue mixture and use it in this step. Not a lot of water. You don't want that much water, but just a little bit in case your glue is really sticky. All right, so even in these under layers, just like that. And I'm also going to add PVA. Now, I'm not doing it across the whole arm. I'm kind of just containing it into this section. So the PVA will just help it be a little bit stronger once it actually dries. And then I think in terms of stickiness, we'll use it in the hand later. We don't need too much in the wrist area for now. All right, so definitely feels a bit more wet. And for our hand, right, we're grabbing something. So if I were to grab, imagine if this is my sword, the way I'm holding it is kind of going to be bent like this. And that's going to help us place our hand in the right spot. So as we're pulling back on this pleat we have, we can also turn and rotate our hand a little bit. And that will align the fingers to the hilt a bit better as well. And just try to feel that, right? Once we do feel that, we're going to squeeze right there. And on the other side, we also kind of rounded this area down. Now that we have the methylcellulose kind of place in there, it's going to be able to hold a bit more easily once it dries. So we're going to have that in there. We've got the arm on its way. And I'm really trying to force, I'm applying a lot of pressure, really trying to force the hand into the correct spot. And the correct spot is basically where we can see that the fingers will then just be able to curve around the handle. Totally fine. So something like that. Now this is going to be like a multi-step process, I think, as we're going along. Our thumb can just kind of tuck into there. It's actually probably not even going to be seen much anymore. But as we have that going, I think we can apply PVA now into the floppy parts of the sword just to try to get them into place too. So first I'm going to apply it into this underlayer of between our handle and the handguard. And I'm also going to put it underneath the blade that once again connects to the handguard. Once I have this, when I stick it together, I'm going to really try to make sure the blade and the handle are in line, and then move the hand back into place and hold the whole thing together like this. So I'm making sure it's straight on that side. I'm making sure it's lined up on this side. I'm making sure the hand is in place. Everything all at once. And I think I'm going to have to sit here and actually hold it with my hands until it dries a bit more. So yeah, we'll take a quick break. You might have to do this too. Just hold it for, quite a while. Make sure it dries straight. Normally I'll like watch a YouTube video while I'm waiting for it to dry and holding it. So yeah, go on, watch another YouTube video really quick, let it dry, and we'll come right back. All right, so we have dried out the arm a bit more. It's not fully dry, but it's to the point where we can work on it, right? So we had that down. We really made sure this was aligned, and we can keep going. We're still going to be working on this part. As you can see from squishing it down, like the fingers are kind of skewed at this point. So this will just kind of be a common thing where we have to like constantly fix the finger positions. But it's okay. Eventually in the end, we're going to, you know, work on it until it looks good, but not too bad so far. I think if one thing, you know, maybe we need to add a little bit more glue right under the hilt so that it can stay. But I think we can try to attempt to wrap the hand around the hilt. So let's add the glue on the inside first. So right on this hilt, right, it's kind of squeezing or stretching apart. We want it to be tight like that. So I'm actually going to be using the PVA. And actually, I think this is a job better suited for methyl cellulose, but it's just going to take too long for it to fully dry. But basically, if I were to methyl cellulose this and have something to hold it together and wait a really long time, it'll just stay in this long form and be good to go. But here we can just kind of use a little bit of sticking to enable that for ourselves. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to drop a lot more PVA down into the actual palm area over here. And this will help us to actually get it to grip to the handle like that. Let's get a fair bit in. And then in the finger areas, I'm going to add a little bit as well. Now these ones might not do a whole lot, but we do want to still keep the fingers together as we start to curve them. It's going to be a little bit tough, as they'll probably pop out as we're doing this. But yeah, okay, so we have position here. What I'm going to do, right, we're keeping the sword in place. I'm going to pinch the fingers, try to get them back together. And I think the hardest one is actually going to be this pinky because we kind of have to swivel fold it into place like that so that it's not too thin. And then from there, we're going to just add tiny crimps to kind of curve the fingers a little bit. And as we do these crimps, we don't want the fingers to, you know, come out. This. The pinky, we don't really have to crimp, we can just fold it down. And then once they have that kind of curve, we're going to pull them together and around the handle as best as we possibly can. So now it is, you know, gripping where the handle is. And I'm really having to press hard so that all the layers kind of move out of the way for our fingers. Like this. And the goal is that we can still see each finger. So I am pressing and kind of smushing them. But as long as we can see each finger, then once it's in place, we can kind of re-pinch them on top and get them to form back together to a little bit of a nicer looking finger. That. There you go, something like this. So it doesn't look super clean at the moment, but again, we're just trying to get it to wrap around. I think I could pull the handle down a little bit further just to get the fingers a bit further on the hilt or on the handle. And once it's kind of in a spot I like, just on the bottoms of the fingers, I want to stick to the handle. So I can add some glue actually kind of just to the handle where the fingers would touch. And hold it in place again in that spot I like that. And I think this position of the fingers is pretty nice. So I am just going to, once again, hold this in place while it fully dries. Or at least most of the way, at least like, 10 to 20 minutes. And go ahead and probably just watch another YouTube video while I hold this in place. Let it dry. So once again, we'll be back. For small parts like this is going to be pretty common. Just holding it in place and waiting. So yeah, you can go watch a video, listen to a book or something like that, and we'll be back. All right, we're back again. It's been a little bit of time, and I held the fingers together for the most part. Now, it should look something like this. I'm probably going to touch it up a bit later, but I don't want to really do anything right now because it will have a chance of ungluing itself. But basically, to really help sell the fingers, what I'm probably going to do later is use some tweezers and just extend where the fingers are. Like you can definitely see them from this side, right? But once you get over here, like this pinky's a little bit lost. This layer just kind of covers everything. So I'll go in and just pinch in kind of some tertiary details to, let you know that it's a hand and fingers there. But, ultimately it's a little hard to tell depending on the view, but it's okay. We're just going to try our best there. I think we can continue a little bit though on the handle. So after a lot of pushing and stuff like that, you can see our handle is not even, right? This part is sticking out. It's the blade, it's misaligned a little bit with this section. So we're going to go ahead and fix that. And it's not too difficult to fix. All we're basically going to do is like fold down the corners here just to get the shape a little bit better. So let's pinch this down like that. And with our blade, we can't really move that too much, but we can move where like the center line is a little bit by folding this edge shorter and at a different angle. And then correcting the angle here by also folding that. So that the area it meets is kind of lined up with where the blade is. Like this. And then we can elongate this edge by folding it also at a different angle. That's a little too steep. This side is still too long, so we're gonna trim it down even more. The nice thing is because we had added some glue to this section, it's even though it's a lot of thick layers, it will stay put pretty decently once we crease very hard with our fingers. All right, so we're almost there. I think this a little bit more. All right. It might not be perfect, but it certainly looks a lot more even, a lot better. Right? Like that. And, optionally, I guess what we could do is now glue these parts in place. It's holding pretty well. I probably don't need to do this, but if I go bring this model anywhere humid, it'll probably unfold itself. So Just add a little bit of glue to these sections just to lock it in, because I know I will be traveling to some humid areas to display it. And if I decide to sell it, I don't want it to, again, fall apart or unfold itself. So this is just a kind of protective thing. All right, just like that. Cool. So that bit can be okay. Now, if we look at the finished Square Twist Samurai, we can start to work on the forearm here. So it's kind of curved down. So if this is like where our torso is, straight up, curves down a little bit like this. And also, you can see how the layers are used to kind of give depth to the arm. Right? So right now our arm is pretty flat. And what I think we can do is open up some of the layers in the back here and use my finger underneath to kind of push and round out the arm a little bit. And this is very similar to what we did with the other arm, where we pushed on some of the layers and rounded out like this. In this case, we're doing it from the backside. So I am going to want to glue these layers in place. Some of them are already set because we used some methyl cellulose when we folded down the wrist. But as you can see, the others aren't glued or methyl cellulose. So I'm going to add some glue to these layers here, like this. Now, I am not going to glue all of the layers, just some of these on top. I'm actually going to try to leave some of the very top layers where we have like this pleat. This is like the top 2 layers here. I'm going to leave those on its own because a new kind of technique I've been liking to do is to have this sit over all the folds, all the layers that I normally fold down. And then this can kind of be a cleaner set of armor. So in this case, now I'm just putting my fingers from behind and pressing down where we glued the other layers just to kind of get this to start to set, start to lock in. I'm going to add a little bit more where it's lifting, just right under here. I don't want to get too much on our square twist area yet, just in case we have to adjust it. But later on, I think we'll do something similar with some of the extra layers here just to keep it locked in place. We'll just keep things cleaner. And so as I'm gluing these layers down, as I see some pop up, I'll just add a little bit of glue. Those ones. Let it close back up like this. All right, so I think I'm gonna let that dry a little bit before I push on it too much more. Right now it's kind of set, so we don't have to wait. We can work on other things. But okay, we'll take a little pause on the arm while it waits to dry and work on the leg again. So at least like what I like to do is as one part's drying, as long as I'm careful, it's not anything like crazy like the fingers where you have to hold it in place. I'll try to work on something else in a different part of the body. So our legs, right? These, we worked on them before. It's like this. I think what we can do now is start to shape it down. So this is the left leg, and the left leg is actually attached to the back waistcoat through this layer. And so what I'm going to do is, it's open right now. I'm going to push the layer back and just kind of observe where my thigh should kind of end, which is around here, and just make like a diagonal mountain fold. Just to kind of symbolize like where the thigh shape, right? Our thigh kind of terminates around there. It's not like anything too crazy, but it's just a small mountain valley fold to kind of block that shape in, just so we know where it is. It'll just help this small shaping of our thigh a little bit. And now we have a lot of work to do on the calves. So I think what's going to happen with the calves quite a lot is we're going to have to be pushing on the inside quite a bit to kind of get it into a place we want, and then like close and kind of go back and forth. So essentially right now, the shape of the calf is very irregular, right? Even with our feet. So if I fold our feet, let's hold it this way. If we take a look at this one, for example, on this side, if I were to really fold in the ankle, our heel should be around there, but right now, like the boot basically extends too far and then it just kind of terminates there. So I think I'm going to want to draw in some mountain folds. I say draw in, but basically make mountain folds that, really accentuate the heel a little bit and then go more into the calf. So in this case, we do have some things here already, but I am going to change the mountain folds just a bit to really get that heel, and then transition it into the calf shape. And while I'm doing this, it's kind of like adding another crimp to do this. So I'm mountain folding, there's a valley fold on the inside layer. That way it can puff out and round the calf shape like this. Like that. And then this big extra stuff in the back will then tuck behind. Right, so now we have that sort of shape, which is a little bit better. Right, so we have that sticky outy part for the calf, but then we have a more solid heel. And there's our foot. So I think that's good. Reinforce the calf a little bit. Now the back's gonna be pretty messy for now until we, glue a little bit more things down. But at least here where everything's transitioning, I'm basically trying to find areas that I can just refold on, even if it's 3-dimensional, just to get it to, stay in place a bit easier. So a lot of these are just random swivel folds that you can kind of press down on. Like that. All right, so now I'm going to go to the other side. And work on that. So kind of same thing. I'm going to push the foot up like this. Try to find like my heel should actually be more like right here. So I'm going to mountain fold more so on that. And the shape of this side is a little bit different than the other, but I'm going to still try to do relatively the same moves to keep it, uniform if possible. Trying to match it. It might not be exactly the same, but still just trying to draw that heel and then the calf. Like that. And then use the rest of it to close up in the back. Like this, which will eventually kind of lay over the top of each other to close off the calf like that. All right, so I think I'm kind of happy with how this is looking. In order to get this to stay, we can use methylcellulose or PVA to achieve this next part. I'm going to use PVA because the center of this flap is actually very thin. And what we're going to do is actually put a layer on the inside just to coat. And once it hardens, it's going to stiffen the paper a little bit. So we're using PVA, kind of like we would use MC. This is just gonna make the risk of the paper warping from wetness a little bit lower because this PVA is drier. So I'm just going to stick a whole bunch in, and just try to get, you know, a coating on the inside. And this brush is kind of hardened up from applying a lot of PVA and drying, so it's not spreading too much, but I'm going to try my best to spread the PVA on the inside quite a bit. Actually, in fact, what you might want to do, which I should probably have done, is clean your brush so that it can actually brush the PVA on to get a more even layer. But yeah, just try your best like that. Might have to go back later and reapply. But at least for the tutorial, I just basically coated the inside of my shin with PVA, and that will help it hold its shape once we start to push on like the ankle a bit more and go from there. I think the other thing I'm actually going to do is add some PVA into the ankle here as well, kind of for the same purpose, is we just want this joint to kind of be strengthened. I'm going to add PVA there. I'm going to add it to this other pleat we have. And push it back. Now it's going to feel quite a bit more delicate. So I'm being very careful here not to like absolutely crush the ankle. And I'm not folding it like super flat to stick anything to itself yet. Just like this. That will help us manipulate the foot more and the ankle more and the calf and the knee without it crumbling in on itself. So I'm basically making sure that this whole area is rounded like this, and then I'm going to let it dry so that we can work on it more. This part towards the ankle on the left side is collapsing a little bit, so I'm going to push it out with my brush to make sure it's not going to dry like that. Reach on the inside, puff it back out a little bit, and that should be good once it dries. All right, so now we're going to let that dry, you know, and this one is going to be pretty delicate, so just be very careful. Let that dry first. And as we let that sit, we can go back to the arm, which I think now mine should be a little bit more dry. Yeah, okay, so it's dry enough. For you, you might want to let this dry longer, but I'm going to continue. Basically, I am going to want to make a four-armed shape. You know, if you can look at your own forearm for reference, but this is a warrior, so try to, you know, if you have a reference of like a muscular forearm, then try to find that. And I'm basically pushing down on the seam that we kind of glued the layers together to form this roundness. And I'm using my finger underneath to use as a guide to kind of get it to be round. So what it's happening is it's making like this mountain fold halfway through the layer on both sides. And that way you can get like some roundness like this. You see how that's kind of working? And then again, we left this layer on top unaffected so that later on we can just put a mountain fold through it and it'll look more like a plate of armor sitting on top of the arm over here. This is looking pretty good. Next thing we're gonna do is try to add the elbow joint. So if we look at the finished one, the forearm just ever so slightly turns forward, ever so slightly bends from, you know, the top of the arm. So we can actually use this flat area that we put there, and I'm gonna use my thumb and push on this to try to create a crimp, and it's gonna kind of be like a 3D crimp right here. And that's what we want because it'll make it a little bit elbow shaped, right? So the 3D crimp, as in it won't go all the way through the layer, just kind of crimps forward like this. Try to get that without losing the rest of what we folded. You can check up top here. Just the angle is ever so slightly angled forward. A little bit more. All right, and that's going to be pretty good. Now for this top armor, I'm just going to try to add a mountain fold that goes straight through that layer with these folds, and we will have to do it underneath, right, where we didn't glue. Like this. Right, so now it creates this like texture on top of the arm. And I think what we should do is this layer is actually split in two. So let's go ahead and glue these layers together. And I think it'll help us sell the effect a little bit more. I don't know if you use the same layers that I did, but all right, so we might have to like refold that in later, but essentially it'll just sit a little bit on top like that and kind of have this shape. That's what we want. It's very small detail, very, very small detail. All right, and then with that 3D crimp, here is where we're going to use MC instead of glue, because our layers are already squeezed together, so there's not really any layers to stick to itself. We're just going to want this 3D crimp to dry and become the paper memory. So I place some MC down, and I'm just going to try to get MC into this pocket, or this 3D crimp that we made. And it won't get too much on the top, but it will be able to get on the underside here quite a bit. So I'm going to apply quite a lot of MC in this area. And I can even apply it in this area that we pushed out to round out the arm, because if it dries like that too, it'll provide another layer of strength. Just get MC all in there, coating the inside. Now, once the paper starts to soak in the MC, it will probably start to undo what we've been working on. So once again, you have to hold this in place as it dries. And go from there. So I'm going to hold that in place very gently and let it dry. And I think to make it a little bit easier, right, we have this bottom layer here. Just try to pop that out. We haven't glued any of this yet, but at least just so that the forearm 3D crimp can be okay, we'll hold that in place like this. So it can bend. Just like that. All right. So I'm going to monitor this, kind of hold in place, let it dry. And once yours is dry, we'll come back. All right, so we are back and things are getting dry. They're mostly dry, I guess. And in the meantime, I've also washed my brush, so it'll be a little bit easier to apply stuff again. Looks like a little fuzz there, but yeah, brush is clean, right? Make sure you clean your brush as well. Sometimes it actually is easy once the glue starts to dry on it and you can apply the glue, but for applied methyl cellulose, it's kind of a pain. Okay, so we are doing pretty good. This is now pretty dry. I did help to dry this with a hair dryer. So if you have a hair dryer, you can make it a little bit faster by drying it with it. You still need to let it wait. So like on the surface, it'll be dry, but in order to kind of give that hardness or that stiff paper memory, you want it to dry on its own for a little bit too. But overall, this arm is starting to look pretty good. The legs are looking pretty good. As you can see, this area, it's got some durability now. So if I push on it, right, it doesn't instantly collapse. It kind of has a sturdiness on its own. That's exactly what we want. And then what we can probably do here on the ankle, mine's already kind of folding in, but we've had these layers, right? Yours might not be as close as mine is right now. Maybe they're like this, but try to get them to tuck inside one another like this, right? Something like that. And then actually just like that, I can add some PVA and seal that off. And I think that's gonna form our ankle pretty nicely. So let's go ahead and do that. Just gonna add a little bit of PVA here inside this layer on the bottom and on the top. And on the top, I can go pretty thick. I'm actually going to now coat the inside a lot with PVA. This is kind of the same tactic that we wanted with the calf or the shin, where we wanted the PVA to then protect the layer. So, you know, okay, this might be like a little bit too much PVA, but it's definitely going to coat and protect the foot, because the foot is a very, very thin layer. Like the very tip of the foot is just one layer of paper. And if you're using something thin, you know, it's not going to hold up on its own, even if it's been, you know, methyl cellulose well. So here I'm just adding some PVA, letting it dry like this. And that should really strengthen the ankle and the toe. So we will let that sit for now. Next, I think what we can do is work on the side profile of our body. We can get this cleaned up and ready to then pose the rest of the leg and finish up the left side of the arm before we move to the right side and also the neck and everything. So what we can do here, I think safely, is we can glue the entire body layers. So like all these layers all together, all this crazy stuff, to compress it. But what I don't want to glue is, you see how there's like this nice pocket between the torso armor, like the very front area where I can actually squeeze my finger in like this. We want to leave that unglued so that we can use that for depth. All the rest of these layers we can just glue or methyl cellulose together and keep them compressed like that, let them dry. And I think that will be totally fine as is. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use methyl cellulose for this, because methyl cellulose is going to, one, stiffen all the paper, and two, it's going to be a lot easier to get between these layers than the PVA. All right, so I have my methyl cellulose, and what I'm going to do is apply it to most of these layers just in the torso section. Again, not in this area, but just follow along with me. You know, if you're not sure, just wait till you see me put methyl cellulose there or something. And yeah, okay, so methyl cellulose pretty much in as many places as we can get. You can do quite a lot, I would say. And then again, just not in that other area. And I'm also avoiding the hips, so I'm not going down to the hips, just in the torso. And back here, there's quite a lot of layers over here. And I'm only going to do it on this side. I don't need to go into the internal side, because we can actually use some of those layers to help round out the model as well. All right, so now this is pretty saturated with methyl cellulose, and I am just going to squeeze all that together a little bit towards the shoulder as well. And if you have something like a clip, we can actually clip this in place, and we don't have to worry so much about it, leaving a mark, because this is not on any surface details, and we didn't get the top parts wet either, right? We left that dry. So we can do something like this. And I think while we're at it, we can add PVA and just close off this section. So let's use some PVA in this section, and this will make this area clean. Now, I actually have some layers sticking out over there that I don't like. So I think I'm going to mount and fold those inside. I'm just going to tuck them in like that, make it look a little bit cleaner. That way, when I glue these two layers together, it'll just be a little bit cleaner. All right, so grab the PVA, like this, add it into this layer. And there's like 2 layers here, so I'm going to add it to the top one too. I'm going to apply some to those layers we mount and folded down to tuck away. Like that. Then a little bit more for this layer. Just like that. All right, and we are going to close this off together like this. And anywhere that we're getting some paper creep, I'm just going to mount and fold down into itself so that can look kind of clean. Have a little bit of that paper layer lifting right there. So I'm going to add just a little bit more PVA. Like this. And note, it's just this layer so far that we're working on. And that will help us to keep that together. Kind of same thing here. As long as your paper is not super wet, you can probably use a clip to hold this in place, because the entire square twist should be dry, so it won't make a mark on it. But if you want to be a little careful, or if your paper is feeling a little bit too wet, just hold it in place with your fingers, and it should still dry totally fine like that too. All right, but now I think what we should do is let everything dry, right? We did some work on the foot, some work on the torso and the back. So let's let this dry first, and then we'll come back once it's done. All right, we are back, and we can remove this clip to see the result of what we have. And yeah, this area is all dry now. However, the internal layers, again, see, I can still reach in and shape it wider like this, but the layers over here are kind of all secured, which is really nice. Yeah, we probably could have done the other side at the same time, but we'll just do one side at a time for now. So things are looking good. What can we do next? I think one thing as well is the foot is now very secure. It's very stiff, so I trust that it's going to hold its form, and we can even just adjust it now without worrying too much about like the calf collapsing or the shin collapsing, stuff like that. So yeah, everything is going pretty good. We can do some very small tweaks, such as like this side of the leg is rounded. Maybe I can go inside the leg and squeeze a little bit here to match the roundness on the other side. It's very gentle kind of adjustments to the shaping. Yeah, this whole area is looking pretty good. That's a good calf shape right there, I think. I think maybe on the opposite side, if we really wanted to, we could try to make it a little bit cleaner. Maybe put it a little bit tighter here and then clamp down from the inside. That might be something I'm just telling you guys to do and do it offline. Or you know what? Let's just do it. Okay, so I think what we can do is go like this. Get a little bit of glue. I guess I'll just try to show as much as I can and what I would do normally. Maybe add a little bit of glue there. And because everything else is pretty rigid, I think I should be able to lightly push down just on this. I don't know if you can see it right on that layer, squeezing together, and it should close. Now, ideally, it doesn't take too long for it to start to stick. If it does, then we'll just, yeah, it's not quite getting itself to stick. All right, maybe we can use some tweezers, get a better angle on this press. Oh, well, doesn't even really fit either. Okay, well, I think this is okay. We're not going to spend too much time on something small like this, but I do recommend if there are spots where you can see an easier improvement, just go ahead and, try that yourself. I think what we can focus on now, though, is the posing. So this kind of stance, right? We have the leg bent already. Now it kind of just needs to be lifted up and outwards a little bit. So I think what we can do is something like this. And as you can see, this top area, it's kind of being moved as we are adjusting it. And what I want to identify is all the tension spots that are preventing this leg from moving where I want it to be. Or basically, when I move it, what is the tension spots that is fighting me? And a lot of that is on the inside here. As well as you can see, this flap is starting to flop around like that. We don't really want this one to flop around. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some glue to this internal layer here, just so it doesn't move. And just kind of acts like what we did with the legs, where now it will, once dry, it'll be a bit stiffer for us once we start moving it around elsewhere. There you go. I think what will work is we can kind of shift this up into the torso a little bit like that. You can see how it's bending that leg there. And then all we need from then on is to get it to lift a bit more so that we can imagine our body putting weight over that leg, right? So I think something like this. And now there's not really much for me to use PVA on to stick it to anything. This is where methyl cellulose will work. And if you don't have methyl cellulose, you can just try to find things to stick on. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some PVA into the center layers. It's not going to do a whole lot, but then once it dries, it'll help stiffen everything in shape and not let these layers like pop out too far anywhere. So I'm just going to do a little bit here, a little bit in here, like that. Maybe a little bit on the other side. We're not necessarily gluing this down flat, so you don't have to worry about that too much. I more so just want these central layers to stay together. And then I'm going to take more MC and fill in the layers where I felt that tension point with methyl cellulose, because that's where we want the paper's memory to change. So a lot of that is on this internal section here, right by the hinge. And then also on the other side in this area where this big fold is. So let's get that all methyl cellulose. I think I should have cleaned my paintbrush a little bit more before doing this. I think it would help spread the methyl cellulose, but we're just going to send it. It's like this. And you get quite a lot in between these layers, just so it can hydrate the paper, and once it dries, it'll change a lot of that, the layers memory. And the layers together is what really is going to allow the rest of the model to be supported by it. All right, so I could probably add more, but I think that's good enough for now. And then that's because we're gonna go to this internal layer underneath. And yeah, if you're still wondering what I mean by changing paper memory, I have a YouTube short that does a really good job at showing showing an example of that. So go through my YouTube shorts a little bit and find it. I think the title is like, the best origami folders do this or something like that. You can see really what I mean by paper memory and methyl cellulose changing it. Okay, so we've got a lot of those internal layers with MC. Now what we can do is I'm going to press this in to the torso where I imagine it would be. And then I'm going to hold a lot of this top layer up into the side here and try to find an area where I can hold it with the other hand as well. And then lift the leg into position where I think it should stay. And ultimately, we want it to dry in this position and just let it hold right there. So I think what I'm going to do is I might actually add some more MC just on the side areas that I think might need it, or maybe even underneath the leg. So actually, yeah, let's add some more just to this layer right here. I think this is a thick layer that would benefit having MC. And just let it soak in here a little bit. I did already put some, so I don't think I need to add too much more. Something like that. And then get it back to that position. And we want to hold it there until it's dry. So I think in this, I can just hold it with one hand, put it against something with the other, because then it's kind of like it's on the ground. It's grounded like this. Just let this dry and we'll come back once it's set. All right, so everything is dry now, and what you might realize is that I'm actually using the display stand from the other samurai to hold the leg in place in the pose that we want. So if you have something that you can, use as a stand, I think now our back is steady enough that we can actually use it to help us while it's drying. That way you don't have to, hold it with your hand. Obviously, I had to hold it with my hand a little bit until part of it was ready, and then I was able to just set it down with the display stand on its own later. So yeah, things are looking pretty good there. This is pretty much in the spot that we want. And now that we basically have one leg done, we can start to work towards the second leg. Right, so if we bring over our other samurai, we have one that's in a more aggressive stance. We have another leg that's in a more neutral stance. It's still kind of, wide out there, but it's kind of stepping backwards. And I think what makes more sense here is because there's so much weight distributed on this leg, this other leg in the back should be a little bit more out to really handle, that kind of pressure. So, it might be a little bit more bent than this or a little bit more, out, but we'll have to see when we actually get there, kind of how it wants to stand. But yeah, things are looking good. We've solidified kind of this part of the back of the battle dress as well. And then now we just have this left for shaping the bevels, which again, we'll do later after we get our general pose done. That'll probably be one of the last things we do. I think from here, we can work on actually getting the rest of this arm kind of posed. And in doing so, get the neck set and ready as well. So yeah, we'll do some methylcellulosine for that as well as for the neck. Maybe we'll do the neck first because I think the arm is almost secondary. But yeah, I think for now, our right arm is actually doing pretty good as well. We can maybe do is add some methylcellulose in the right side of the body, and then also some PVA to just support this arm. Or actually, no, we won't support the arm yet because we need to wait for the hilt. So yeah, we'll MC this side of the body, so it's kind of ready. Then we'll do the neck, and then we'll be able to finish the arms. And we'll do the last leg or something like that, and then the face. And I think that's the order we'll go. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, if we're doing a neck, we should probably do the face at a similar time. So yeah, let's just get started, at least with the right side of this body. The rest of the order might be subject to change. But yeah, let's get to this. So get some MC here. And, you know, this is going to be another part of the time where we're just going to have to wait for it to dry. So I'm actually going to apply MC here into the torso, just like we did before, but leaving this gap dry, right? We don't want MC there, but along the hips and the layers here, we have significantly less layers on this side than the other one. So there's not as much we need to, or we don't need to add as much methyl cellulose. Everything will kind of be okay. Just like this. All right, and I think that's good. Yeah, we don't need to go too crazy. And then from here, right, I'm pinching like this. And here's where we can use our clip again. Where did I put it? Right over here. So like after I use my fingers to kind of get it set, we can hold it in place with this clip. Just kind of let it dry there. So I'm going to let this dry for a bit and we'll be back. All right, we're back. And I've taken the clip off of this side. It's kind of dried. It's not as dry, but I think we can move on from, you know, working on it so that we can focus on the next section, which we're going to do part of the face more so to secure it. And we need to do that so that we can do the neck. I think if we do the neck first, it's going to prevent us from doing some more work on the face. So we'll just do some small things on the face. We don't have to do too much yet. But what I'm going to use is the glue, or my PVA here. And right, you can see how the layers are very spread out for the face right now. We just want them to sit nicely together. Ideally where the proportion should be so that we don't have to mess with it later. So the first thing I'm going to do actually is between this face layer here, I'm going to add some glue, and this is going to make it a bit more rigid, right? That way, when we start moving the neck around, it won't be pulling so hard on this layer because it'll be secured. So just a little bit more so on the chin area. And I'm just pinching that back down. And then the other area we can actually put some glue is right underneath the nose. You know, this is part of the mask, so we can add a little bit of glue here, right? And with that, I'm going to press down kind of on the corners to hold this in place. And I just want it to start sticking. It might not fully set because some of the layers behind it will also start to lift as I am working on it. But we'll get this to start setting. And that way, when we move other parts, it'll be okay. And we're doing this because when we use methyl cellulose for the neck, we're going to have to shift a lot of the layers upwards so that we don't have this big gap between the helmet and the visor. And that'll help us a little bit. Okay, so it's not like fully dried here, but I think that's okay. And then I'm also like in the corners of where I've made the eyes, I'm going to add a little bit of glue too. Again, just to kind of secure it. Just a little bit. I don't want it to leak out. I don't want any residue. So we're just adding a little bit here. And kind of same thing. I can press in the same positions here. Get it to dry. And we'll keep working. All right, so yeah, there'll still be more adjusting later. That's just kind of how it works when we work on the face, but we're gonna move on from our glue to the methyl cellulose. And that's it right here. I'm gonna pour quite a decent amount of methyl cellulose here. I don't know if you can see it. Right. And we will be putting quite a bit in this neck area. So I think, yeah, just all the layers above the neck should be fine. We don't need to get it too far into the shoulder, but we can. I think that'd be okay. The nice thing with methyl cellulose is even if it dries, we can re-wet it and change it if we need to change something. So in case we mess up or need to adjust things later, this should help us. But I'm going to try to get at least a little bit into each layer here, which I know in the past we haven't exactly done each layer, but the neck is going to have a lot of tension. So we're going to need to add a lot of methyl cellulose. The only layer I'm not really going to put it on is the outside layers. So like I'm not going to put it here. Not yet, at least. I might put it there later, but it'll be after we've positioned the neck a bit more. So that's the right side. And I'm going to just try to squeeze all the layers together for now, just to kind of get them to compress. Right. Okay, and I think this layer where the chin is, let's leave that not... I know I put some methyl cellulose here, but let's leave that open because this is the one where we're going to sink everything down into. So let's just keep the layers like this. Obviously, you're not sticking because it's methyl cellulose, but just trying to get them to compress a little bit. And then add methyl cellulose to the other side. And try to get in most of the layers. I might miss, one or two, but that's more so because I'm working on this tutorial. I think if you take your time, which I recommend you to take your time, try to get every layer. All right. So I think I got most of the layers. And we can see where we can compress these layers as well. And once again, I'm leaving the layer where the face, right? You see how there's like a gap where the face is? I'm gonna leave that layer untouched for now. I might give it actually an extra layer here because I gave 2 layers on the front. So we're leaving a little bit of space right here. That way all of this can grip together. And this will also kind of loosen our shoulder a little bit. Our shoulder we're going to pose after because it's going to be torqued once we torque the neck. But for the neck, once I have all these layers together, what I'm going to try to do is basically add a mountain fold. That's kind of like a curve. Or maybe if we look from the back over here, it's going to be valley folds that is like right here and right here. It's not going to fully bend on this just because all the layers are so thick, but it will help us thin the neck down, or at least give a bit of direction for where the neck should be, just like this, right? So you see I'm kind of adding that mountain fold, and I can try to do it on both sides, and it will kind of give us a neck to grab onto here. Like this. I don't know how easy that is to see. Like that. All right, so now I'm almost able to grab it like this. And you can already see that it's also shrinking parts of the head down. And I'm going to leave it half like this for now because we need to adjust the helmet before we kind of let it dry. So I'm going to add some more methyl cellulose now to the top part underneath the helmet. So there's like some layers here. I'm just going to try to feed my brush between some of these layers so that it'll collapse. I don't want to get the actual helmet wet at all because I want this to stay strong. It'll let us push against it without the paper collapsing. But all the surrounding parts, so this area, even in this area a little bit above the visor, I'm going to add some methyl cellulose. I won't add any to the visor either, because again, I don't want that to get wet. But like this. And now this is kind of the difficult part. We need to reinforce the neck by holding it, and without trying to without messing up the face too much. But then we need to bring basically this line down to the top of the visor. So if you look at the completed samurai, you can see how we've brought the helmet down to the visor. That is what we're going to want to do. And it's kind of like a weird squash in between all these layers, or just a swivel. But you know, if the real answer is just to kind of smash it into place and let the paper figure out where it wants to go. See, I'm still doing it very gently. I'm just mainly pushing the helmet into where I think it should be, next to the visor. While bringing the face kind of up with trying not to mess up the face, right? Something like this. Something like this. And then now that it's like, again, everything is kind of half folded at this point, I want to make sure that the chest armor doesn't get folded on. So now I'm going to put my thumb to reinforce it as I start to press on the layers in front to form that neck. Right, so you see how we're forming the neck now? Pressing that all at the same time underneath the chin. So it's very much in small stages of manipulating the paper into the shapes and positions we want it to be in. And even this layer, I'm getting a little gap that I don't want. So I'm going to try to squeeze it in like this, and then put it back. Like that. And lastly, what we want to do is give it a little turn like this. So I want it to be looking to the left a little bit, just like this one is. So just like this. And now we kind of have to get everything in that position before it dries. Now you might notice even I don't have enough fingers or hands to do all of this at once. So if you have something like a floral wire or some sort of wire, this is going to help you out a lot. You know, I've seen some people use tape, but just find some cheap wire or string or plastic. Anything, maybe not string, but something that won't soak too much. And use that to tie around the neck like this. And you know, this may leave some wire marks, but because the neck is kind of out of sight, this is generally going to be okay. That way it can hold the neck in place in the position I want it to be in, like that. You know, maybe a little bit more. Like this. And now that that is out of the way, I can then hold this assembly and bring that in place over the helmet where I think it should be, and let that dry like this. And I think I need to add a little bit more methyl cellulose to this section so that the helmet actually will stay there where I want it to. I can add some more methyl cellulose along all these internal layers. And that way when it dries, it'll have its new paper memory in that area. All right, this wire is a little bit in the way, so I'm going to tighten it this. All right, I'm just getting the wire out of the way so I can grip it a little bit easier. I moved the wire, so I need to fix the neck. All right, now I can hold in place while I push the rest of the helmet down. The hard part is not messing up the rest of the helmet while you do this. Right, so now just got to visualize the visor is going to be here. So the helmet needs to be this way. So I need to push the face into the helmet a little bit more. So I can grab the corners of the face, kind of where we put glue earlier, and try to push it into the helmet so that all these layers are hidden behind the back of the helmet here. And in the process, try not to squish the face too much. It's all very gentle and delicate as it's drying, basically, because we've put it in kind of a vulnerable position with the methyl cellulose by getting it all wet and stuff like that. So there's a lot of room where it can get messed up. And a lot of it's happening for me in this corner of the mouse. I'm going to try to grab some of these layers with my tweezers and pull it into a better position for the mouth. Kind of matches the other side. The other side actually kind of naturally pulled its own layers into a better position. There we go, something like this. Looks okay. All right, so there's the face looking a little bit better. Now we got the visor on top. And then pushing that whole assembly further into the helmet. Like this. And from here, I'm just going to hold this in place until it kind of dries and see what we had to fix later. And then keep shaping from there. All right, so it's been some time and I'm feeling the layers and I think it's dry enough. A lot of times I'll actually just leave something like this overnight to dry just to make sure it's good to go. But in here, it's been maybe 30 minutes, maybe less, probably less. You know, depending where you live and how humid your climate is, could depend on how quick it dries. But we can take the wire off. And I'm just gonna maintain the wire. I've used the same wire for shaping for years. So if you have something like this, you can just reuse it. And as you can see, I didn't put the wire too tight. So there's actually not much biting into the paper, which is good. Wire bite is kind of annoying to deal with. Now, let's just observe the result of what we have at the moment and see what we need to improve from here. Because like I mentioned, we had to do a lot of pushing and part of the face is going to mess up when we get things together. But now that the neck is more solidified, we can fix some of the other things because those won't really mess up the neck. The neck is already set. So from this profile, the face is like concave, which is not good. So we're going to have to do some work to flatten out the face and like maybe pull the chin into a better spot or push the nose in that way just to fix it. I think the profile actually from here looks okay, except we've lost our mouth. The profile from here, again, same problem. We have the concave issue, and because we lost a lot of chin, now the nose looks like way too big. But at least the eyes are generally okay. We just want to free this area a bit more. So that might involve just pushing this back further. and pulling the chin down a little bit more too. So that's something we're gonna have to get done. I think the placement of the visor to the helmet is decent. I think it could go a little bit further, but we'll probably work on the horns a bit before then, which, speaking of the horns, they are too far out to the side, right? They kind of look weird sticking out. Obviously, we didn't really shape them yet, but if we look at the other square twist samurai, they pull upwards and they curl in a little bit tighter. So we're going to want to try to match that. And then the back of the helmet, a lot of that kind of got mushed because we had to, squeeze so hard. But here, do you see how I have this nice like angled bevel? I was studying some samurai helmets, and this is kind of how they sit a little bit. They have this kind of bevel type thing. So after things are more set, I think we can add this in. But we also need to make this pleat bigger. So I don't think this pleat is actually big enough, and it's kind of unfolding quite a lot. So at least that is like very easy to fix. Right? I can probably do that right now. Just like increase it a bit more like this. And that should actually give us some more leverage for the helmet in general. And especially for that swivel fold that locks that layer together. Like this. And right, for now, I can kind of like mock in that crease for that little bevel by just connecting these points in kind of a curve using my finger. Some methyl cellulose did get into this portion, so I'm able to kind of do that, but we're going to have to do some more probably later as we keep shaping this. All right. All right. So I think the goal from here, let's work on these horns a little bit and then fix the face. So I think for the horns, I'm going to mostly use glue for this. And we have the structure that we folded from before. I'm going to unfold it a little bit just to reveal these layers. And I'm going to add PVA into those layers. And let them stick. And we can be a little aggressive with how much glue we have in these because there's going to be a lot of tension, but the glue will help us shape it. All right, so let's refold this section. And I've unfolded like that portion, and now I'm going to add glue to that. All right, and then this it's basically all these layers are folded in half. So let's let that stick a little bit. And then I'll fold it in half and then add some more PVA. Actually, I just kind of ghost creased it, and then I think I can add PVA from here. And then try to close this off. And pull it tighter into the face. I think I'm actually just going to have my other samurai a little bit closer to me so I can use it as reference to compare. Okay, I'm going to add a little bit more glue here because this paper is creeping out a little bit. At the same time, starting to curve it up like that. All right, so that seems more intentional. I think it's still a little too far out. But let's do the other horn first, and then we can compare from there. So kind of same thing, just get some glue in these layers. And add glue to the top ones. Then we fold it in half. Pull it in a little bit tighter. Try to match the two horns together. Try to curve them in the same way too. And I'm kind of pushing the back of the helmet in just because some of the layers are starting to pop out a little bit. So I'm doing that way I can just get a good view of the helmet in general as I'm working on this. And then just trying to compare. All right, I'm thinking that looks pretty good. Now the visor does probably have to come down a little bit like this. So I'm just trying to visualize, like, once I fix the visor, how will the rest of it be as well. Okay, so I think these are a good width now. We just need to get the curve to be a little bit more curved. Now, as you saw, I am very much eyeballing this. So I think here you're just going to have to train your eye. You can use my photos from the other Square Twist Samurai as reference for quite a bit of the angle, or just like an actual samurai helmet. But they're like, I'm not measuring like 30-degree angle for this tilt and then this much concavity. You're just going to have to kind of eyeball and go from there. And that's going to be how the shaping is. Now, one thing to notice is the other, or you might not notice this, but one thing to think about right now, I'm also trying to think about the distance between the eye and the top of the helmet. And I'm trying to make sure it makes sense. So I don't want the top of the helmet to be too tall, because then it looks like our samurai has a massive forehead, and that's generally not very aesthetic. I'm also trying not to trying to make sure that the helmet isn't too low, where it looks like the head is chopped off, right? Because then that just doesn't make sense either. So I think from this point, it's I'm just trying to find where, compared to like what a real helmet would kind of be like, if it's a good distance. And I think this is about a good distance from the eye level to the top of the helmet. So from there, I'm going to let it sit. And I think I'm going to want to let this dry before I start messing around with the rest of the face. Because, yeah, I don't want to mess up as I'm working a lot of layers. And I think I'm going to have to be working a lot of the layers here to get it to look correctly. The other thing to note is from this angle, the neck looks crazy like this, right? Like this doesn't look good. That's okay. Basically what's going to happen is I've made sure to try to get a mountain fold on the edge of where the armor is. So it might be a little bit hard to see, but with the neck here, right? I'm kind of pushed it like this. And so that's going to drop the neck down quite a bit and connect our shoulders to where the neck should kind of be too. And the combination of that should fix our neck problem. But I haven't done it yet because I want to fix the chin and everything before that happens. But in case if you're thinking about that, we'll get to it. Don't worry. But overall, small progress at a time for the face. It's looking pretty good. This is a very difficult section of the shaping. So yeah, I'm going to let this dry and then we'll come back. All right. So this is a bit more dry, a bit more set now. So I think we can go to the next section of what we can do to improve our face. Again, our problem is kind of the concavity of our face and the lack or the loss of some of our chin. I think what will be good to do is to push the top of the face more into the helmet. That'll both help its positioning in the helmet and it will prevent like the weird nose mouth concavity. And that's just gonna be what we can do with how the layers are ordered as well. We can do a small thing with how the paper layers are ordered with our chin. And that's also by just pushing it up a little bit. So we can't quite drag it too much down because there's actually not a whole lot of space underneath based on what we had done for the neck. But we can push it up a little bit. And when we push it up and push the face backwards, it's going to align the mouth a bit better so we can see some more of those details again. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some PVA into the back of the cracks in these folds, at least for the top area. That way, when I push back this way, it'll stay. The other thing I'm going to do, I think I don't even need glue for the bottom section, or at least I don't want to glue it. So I can adjust it, but I can just like very gently push on this grease to raise it up a little bit and push it into the neck. And then the other thing that I think will help is getting this side profile of our helmet into a better shape. So right now it looks kind of awkward because it's puffing out the back quite a bit. Now if I show the side profile of this samurai, you can kind of see it's still not the best, honestly, but there is some more cover and some more depth of where the head kind of is, as well as the direction of where the helmet is facing. So in order to do that, we basically have to drop this a little bit and push in more of these layers together. And that's just going to be some more methyl cellulose, compressing the layers and letting it dry for longer. And then once we do that, this will kind of set on top like this. And that's going to be a bit better of proportions. So let's start with the PVA. Got our glue here. And I'm just going to take a little bit and add it to those sections. Let's talk. Okay, that was probably too much. A little bit. Feed it into top area here on both sides. like that. And I think because we're going to be pushing this in with each other, I'm also going to put the MC in the back of the head, because by compressing it, we're kind of doing two things at once. All right, and then from here, feed some more methylcellulose into the neck area, especially in these layers that are kind of popping out. And I think ultimately, in order for these layers to not pop out as much, I'm going to have to let it dry for a lot longer of a time. So I'm going to replace the wire where it can help hold things in place. And then we'll probably leave it there overnight. But we'll see if we can still work on some things while that wire's in place. Hopefully if it doesn't block us too much. It might just keep the helmet lifted up a little bit, but we can close the helmet down later. Okay, so from here, I'm pushing the top of the face in a bit further, and then pushing the back of the layers for neck down all at the same time. Like that. Make sure I'm not squishing anything I'm not supposed to. That should hopefully align the face a little bit better. Yeah, I'm trying. The hard thing is I'm trying not to squish the face too far that way. So we don't want that either. But getting it to a spot where I can apply pressure to the correct areas. Get what we want. And I think maybe right there is going to be good. And I am going to probably have to hold that in place for a bit to let it dry correctly. But before I do that, let me actually rewrap the wire and then just hold the face. Rewrapping this wire, making sure it goes under the chin, doesn't affect our chin. There you go. And find a position where I can push on the face comfortably like this. All right, so I'm gonna hold it here, let it dry, and we'll come back later. All right, so I know I just said I was gonna let this dry, but thinking a little bit ahead, I think we can add glue that will be like pre-rec for later shaping and let it all dry together so we can save some time. And a lot of that will actually be in this leg down here, right? We've kind of already pre-glued the left arm, so I think that's fine. And it's a little too close to the head, but what's safe is this leg. Now, we've already done one leg, so this will be, pretty familiar. But if you remember, if we reach underneath the legs, we have these layers underneath where there is a flap above. And I got to be kind of gentle on this, right? Oh, I think we actually already pre-glued some of these. Looks like I did. I'm going to do it a little bit more. As you can see, there is a little bit of a gap here. So I'm going to pre-glue what I have missing just a little bit better. And then what we didn't do on this side is pre-gluing the top part of the leg. So we're going to pre-glue the top part of the leg as well. And actually, now that I think about it, we can also pre-glue the back of the waistcoat a bit. So we've done it on this side, but we can add it to the inside layers here and then this outside layer right there. We won't do anything over here yet because we need this to shape the hip joint, but at least just like this flap here, we can secure it. So let's go ahead and do that. First, I'm going to start by adding some to the parts I kind of missed in the leg down here. And some to the top over here. There's another area that wasn't quite glued enough. And it feels soft if it's, you know, the glue will help stiffen up the paper so we can get some better shaping. Add that. Both sides of the leg. And then I'm going to add it up here in this pocket. Oops, I got some glue right there. We're going to try to get it off without any residue. Okay. Let's get a little bit more on the inside. All right. Just like this. All right, and the last part to add some PVA for pre-gluing is in the back waistcoat here. So we will add some to the inside of these layers. There's like total of 4 layers here. We don't need to get too much in the inside ones. I think as long as we get in the middle, should be okay. And then the central ones over here, just to close it out. And this will help stiffen the back of the waistcoat so we can kind of curve it a little bit outwards to add some volume. There you go. And then we just need to kind of press these down. And that will assist us in stiffening the paper for when we then get to this section. And all of this should be able to dry together for when we come back, which for me will be in about 6 hours. I think we're going to give it 6 hours to set before we do any more shaping. And that will surely give our neck enough time as well. All right, so we're just going to leave it there for 6 hours. I recommend that you leave yours for a good amount of time too, if you're following along. And we'll be back when it's dry. All right, so it's been around 6 hours since we've last touched the samurai, and I believe that was enough time to let things dry. So once again, I'm removing this wire very gently still. It is dry. I probably don't have to be too gentle, but always good to be careful. All right, let's put that over here now and observe what we got. So the face is looking a little bit better. The side profile is still not great, but I think the front is looking pretty good. And, you know, it may take more time outside of the tutorial to really get the chin to be what I want it to be. But, you know, it is what it is. I think for the tutorial, I will just showing this, you know, and maybe a little bit more will be enough to get people to understand what to work on as they're improving their samurais. I think the last at least we can do with the face for now is I'm gonna grab my tweezers. All right, and we are going to, all right, we got the tweezers here, and I'm going to fold in the back of the chin. So right now it's kind of squared off, and ideally we want to give it a jawline that's a little bit steeper than this. So I'm just going to use my tweezer here to add a mountain fold in the direction that I think the jaw should be. And just mountain fold that a little deeper. just observing that side profile a bit. A little bit more like that. And I think that'll be good for now. And same thing on the other side. This side definitely needs that jawline to be a bit better. So something like that. All right, it's a little bit more proper of a jawline. Now I think the sides of the helmet can probably push in a little bit further. So from here, we've done a lot of work with the methyl cellulose. I might now do some work with some PVA to get it to sit where we want it. So if we look at our other samurai, it's not like sticking to anything. It still kind of opens up. So we don't want to bind it to the side of the head. We can bind the top area a little bit closer probably. And that should be okay. That way it can just kind of close that last little like millimeter all the way through. And then for the bottom of the helmet, remember we had that like curve thing here. We can replace that. Like this. Let's gently add that form in. Yeah, things are looking pretty good. Okay, so let's add that PVA. So I mainly want it in the top corners. I don't want it in too many areas. And then also I want some PVA right underneath the seam of where the helmet reaches the visor. And then from there, I'm going to gently hold that together. All right, and I'm going to hold this in place probably just for like a minute or so, but we'll come back once this is dry. All right, so we are back. I actually had to add a little bit more glue to keep it in place, but you know, basically the same. I held it in place for a bit, let it dry. I think the next thing we can do is the chin fold I added started to loosen a little bit after I took my hands off. So I'm going to add a little bit of glue to those chin folds just to secure it in place. All right, and then I can just use my tweezers to get that to stay a little bit. Same thing on the other side. All right, so I think that's pretty good for the head now. Now, one thing to notice is our neck. I think I've mentioned this a few times now. Our neck is still a little bit raised. The end goal position will be our neck kind of pushed down with the torso folding right there, right? And it's gonna create our shoulders as we pull it down a little bit and let the back flap kind of have a little bit of depth, maybe like around right there. Let's add a little mountain fold there. And that will give us more depth on the back so that the model isn't super flat, and it will curve down around everything. But we kind of need to set the shoulders first. So let's keep folding, let's keep shaping. For these arms, since we're at this point, I think what we can do is set them up. So this flap, this very top flap, actually will eventually cover all these exposed layers. Now it'll do that kind of after we do the shoulders a bit, but I'm just going to kind of stage it like this. Same thing with the other side. Right? And this will kind of help curve around. I think even with this arm, you know, we've given volume to the bottom half of the arm, but not the top yet. So I can start to actually open up this arm. And I think we'll do the same thing as we did with the bottom arm, is I'm actually going to glue some of these bottom layers together so that we can open it up and give it some volume. So we'll glue this. That way it'll be ready for when we go to shape it later. And I think after gluing this, we can glue the sword sheath and also get that one ready for everything. Glue here. And again, only on this top layer. I still want the back layers to be open because we're going to use that to give volume, and also it'll allow us some room to use methyl cellulose to set the shoulders properly once those are ready. So I'm just going to get that good to go. I think in this arm, we kind of already have some of those layers locked in, but I'm going to add a little bit more glue kind of to the same area. Get that ready. There's a lot of layers here, so we don't need it all necessarily. I think this will shape more with methyl cellulose. But just at least a little bit of those layers set. All right, cool. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the sheath. So if I open it up again, we methyl cellulose did a bit, right? But now we are going to finish by PVAing some of these layers together, just to keep all the layers good, because I think we can start to get that pose. All right, so there are a lot of layers here. I'm going to try to get almost every layer with PVA. But especially this top layer, so it doesn't, you know, open up. I don't want it to get to the point where it gets too wet. I just want like a thin, even coat along it. And since it is not the easiest area to access for now, I can kind of stick some of those layers together so that the other ones will open up once I pull it a little bit. It's a little tedious, but that's okay. All right, and then I have some layers on the top that I didn't get to over here, or that I couldn't reach yet. All right, and then we did those layers. Now I'm also going to look underneath and do some of these layers too. These ones I might not need to do all of them, but the ones that I can easily pull apart probably will. Right. Now squeeze those together. Now on my hand, I have a little bit of the PVA. I'm gonna make sure to wipe off on like a paper towel any excess PVA, because when I squeeze on the paper, I don't want the residue to get on it. Make sure my hand is clean. And now I can fold these layers together. And some of the PVA will squeeze out because it's so thin. And again, I don't want that on the surface. So I'm going to make sure wipe my hand again. Now we can refold it. And you might be wondering, all right, are we going to add any MC on the inside here to actually keep it folded in half? And we are going to, but I'm going to leave a little gap on the top area so that it'll stay a little bit ajar, so we can have that kind of effect of it looking like there's a slot for our sword to fit into. So now I'm going to add some glue here, but not to the very top. On the bottom, we can fill this up, get to stick together, and then close. Make sure I leave just a little bit of a gap. And that should be good. As you can see, our it is kind of opening a little bit just because there's a lot of pressure. Now, as long as your paper isn't super wet from this glue, you can use some clips to hold it in place. Now, if you're using MC or if your glue is a little bit more wet, I would not use clamps, otherwise they're going to leave marks. But if your paper is pretty dry, and in my case, I didn't use too much glue, so it feels dry, you can use some clamps. Grabbing some more clamps here. And you just want to be careful. Again, you don't want the clamps to like leave any marks or warp the paper at all. So probably not going to use too many. You know, something like this is good. All right, we're going to let that sit while it dries, and at least this will help it dry straight, I believe. Okay, yeah, we don't want it to bend as it's drying either. Yeah, okay, so I think I'm going to let this dry a little bit. And then before I let it dry, like we didn't add any glue to this area, so we can still kind of twist it. I think we just want the actual layers to dry. So yeah, maybe we'll let it dry for a bit. We'll come back when this is a bit set. All right, so we are back and the sheath is pretty much dry. So I think we can go and try to finish off most of the upper body. And what that involves is methylcellulosing the shoulders. I think the elbow will still leave kind of okay here, but we can close off the forearm. So we're going to glue some of these layers together. That way it can kind of round out just like this and be ready for us to just shape out the fingers once we're done there. We've also glued this area a bit, so very quickly I can kind of lock this crimp in just a little bit and kind of curve with my fingers from the inside just to give some volume here, right? Just kind of get it ready to be in this position for the shoulders. It's going to be kind of angled backwards, but pushed in like this, right? And then on this shoulder, Get some methylcellulose in on this side. That way it can kind of pull in this, like right here. I think that'd be good. Kind of right there. And also from the inside, we want the square twist part to kind of lay flat and look like it's sitting on top of the arm. So I'm just using my fingers to round out the top of the arm a little bit, give it some rigidity. And then I think I'm also going to apply some PVA into the pockets here just to give it some sturdiness. I can probably do that now, actually, before we remethyl cellular stuff. So just on the inside of those square twists, like the bottom layers, and that way when it dries, it'll be more secure. So just like this. And then we want it to try to dry flat. So after I apply the PVA, I wanted to make sure it's flattened as much as possible. That way it dries like that. Currently it's a little bit soft, so that's what this PVA will fix. Let's do this last side just to keep it even. All right. So like that. Try to get it to sit in a position where it'll dry flat. And then same thing on the other side. The other side is a little bit more sturdy, so probably a little less to worry about, but just in that area. Add some PVA, add some to the other side. Okay, and we also want this to dry relatively flat, like that. All right, I think other things we can PVA for now, well, like I mentioned, is the forearm flaps. So let's glue these ones together. This gap we're going to leave as a gap, but the layers in between, we're going to PVA. All right, and then once that dries, it'll kind of keep the layers bonded. So when we curve it, we'll have that forearm shape. All right, and then, yeah, well, while we have the PVA out, let's go ahead and actually add some PVA to here, right? We can close this off because this leg is done. Add a little bit of PVA just on this bottom corner. I think that's doing pretty good. Thinking if there's any other spots. All right, I think we're good with PVA. Now we can switch on over to our methylcellulose. Pour it out right here. And where we're gonna want to add the methylcellulose is mostly just to the tension spots where we can feel that the shoulders are pulling on and where it will be able to set. So the goal, right, is to sink the neck down a little bit and then to get these shoulders into place. So we don't want to get like the torso wet or the top part of the neck wet. Otherwise, it'll just be all mushy. We want to keep those strong while just applying to the tension point. So that's going to be like underneath this mountain fold for the neck here. It's going to be at the hinge for the shoulders, and it's going to be at these tight joints where if you start to pull on the flap and push it like into the spot we want it, you can kind of feel where the paper is going. So, you know, it might take some observation to kind of understand where those tension points are coming from. But if you can start to identify those, I think that's part of improving your shaping skills as an origami folder. So try to identify that. And then where we also might need the reach is behind this flap. So I'm going to lift this up a little bit. That gives us access to all of this over here. So mostly just applying into these hinges on both of the arms. Like this. And then also, again, in that base of the neck / torso. And I want enough so that when it dries, it'll be rock solid in the position. And I think I need some on this side of the sword arm. Like that. All right, and now we want to place the arms in the positions we want as well as the neck. So kind of gently twist the arm like this arm. We want it to be close into the chest so it looks like it's connected. And at the same time, maybe pushing the neck down a little bit here. I'm going to put pressure right above there. Like that. And same thing with this left arm or this non-sword arm. Just try to push it into a position that looks correct here. This is kind of hard to show in the tutorial, but I'm really just kind of eyeballing and feeling where I think everything should be. They're very slight adjustments, you know, but just kind of have to feel it out on your fold. It's probably going to be a little different for everyone. Again, I'm using the samurai as reference for where I think like the arm should be here. And then this one should be, as well as the neck. And I think one thing that we can do to help is since the arms, like the forearms are dry, we can attach our wire to, say, the dry areas. I'm going to attach it to here where I can get some leverage on the forearm where I'm not really, you know, it's not really hurting or touching any part that's wet. And then I can, say, wrap it around the body to give some tension. Again, a part that we're not really methylcellulosing, so it won't really affect anything. And then back around the other arm, like this, forearm. And this will give me a little bit of, right, we can use the the wire to kind of bend and hold some of the positions in place, or at least add some pressure. Right, it might not hold it entirely into place, but it'll help us to hold it in place here. Like this. And then this one in the back. Like that. And that way we can just start to let it to dry like this. And I think in this position, I'm just going to have to wait until it dries quite a bit and go from there. So I'm going to probably, as it's drying, adjust some things and keep going, but try to do this for yourself. I think this is as much as I can say, right? If this doesn't make sense to you, then you really just got to try to figure it out and understand that the shaping is very dynamic. So as it's wet, really try to study like this fold and try to match yours up to that and get everything into those positions where the shoulder looks connected. It's not like falling out, that sort of thing. All right, so I'm going to let this dry and we'll come back and observe what we have. And if, let yours dry, if you need to fix anything, try to fix it, stuff like that. But yeah, I think I just got to hold this in place. And we're back and things have kind of dried. You might notice I actually added a wire around the neck just to give it some more support as I pushed it into place. So yeah, you kind of have to do what you got to do maybe midway while it's drying just to make sure things are looking nice. Feel free to tweak it. And as you can see, things are looking okay. Now actually the back flap can kind of fold in a little deeper. We'll adjust and finish this later. But then we have the arm flaps. This can kind of cover up some of the arms there. But let's get rid of this wire gently here. All right, so it is looking more and more complete, each time we get past a new section. So that's good. Let me organize my wires. I always untwist my wires a little bit just to allow myself to use them longer. Again, I've been using these same ones for years, so keep them organized and untwisted, and it'll keep them usable. All right, so we still have some more to do. I think generally we're getting really close. Honestly, I wish I could adjust the face a little bit more. So I was thinking, what small thing can I add? And I think what we need to do is, from all the maneuvers we've done, is the nose has lost a little bit of shape. So I am actually going to add a little bit of glue underneath the nose just to allow myself to shape it a little bit more. And this is like really small details. I'm using my tweezers here. Try to round those corners a bit more into a nose shape. Get it to stick. That glue I put in, maybe I'll just use my fingers. And the other thing I want to do is kind of pinch the nose. Right now it's kind of flattened. I want to imagine that there's like a mountain fold ridge in between. So I think I'll probably do that after this is more dried. The bottom of the nose is dried, but what I would do is I'd just take my tweezers and just kind of push the nose like that a little bit. Make it a little bit smaller, give it a little bit more shape. That way everything looks a little bit more even. I think it's good enough. All right, but now we can continue on. So the arm is looking pretty good. I might be able to round this out a little bit more, like just to make sure it's not too thick. The left arm now needs to be adjusted. I think let's finish off the sword arm. So I'm just gonna grab some glue and put it within this flap just to strengthen it a little bit. Both flaps on each side. And then I kind of want to cover this open cavity with that. So I think just to be quick, we can just stick it to the flap. So add some glue. Add some glue just onto the surface of these flaps and let it kind of sit on top like this. You know, this is a really small detail just for the back of the samurai, so it doesn't matter too much where it is. It just kind of covers the back of the arm there. I'll just leave it like that. Now, as for the other arm, we can start to shape it so that it can grab the sheath. And I think what I want to do first is actually with the fingers. So I'm going to focus in on these fingers. I mentioned before, I wanted to make them a little bit less claw-like. So what I'm going to do is, say on this side, I'm going to add, let's start with this fourth finger. I'm going to add like a mountain fold with my tweezers, just gently to kind of square off the edges of the finger. So that might have been hard to see, but if I zoom in, you see how in that fourth finger, I've mountain folded that edge so that it's not as angular. And I want to do that with every finger, except for maybe the pinky. I think the pinky is just too thin, but maybe the pinky, but we'll see how it looks. For each of these fingers, I'm going to try to square it off a little bit. Right, like that. And as you can see, when you square them off, they can kind of sit more next to each other, and then instead of stacked on top of each other. And I think for the pinky, we have to square off maybe the opposite side so that it can sit next to it. Kind of like this. We'll thin both sides, why not? All right, and then once it's like this, now we can start to curl the fingers. We want to curl them without unfolding that crease we just made so that they can kind of stay in the same stacked maneuver. Right, so something like this. Now it's kind of looking like it's a palm that's grabbing onto something, and we just want to slot it in next to the handle. And okay, the easiest way to do this, to actually get it to grab onto the handle, we don't really have to glue the sheath, I mean, to the hand, but for starters, it is easier just to glue it. So I'm not going to do too much because it's okay to me if it pops off later. I'm going to put some glue in the palm, right, like this. And then attach it to the handle. And basically this is just a support so that it stays in place while we figure out the elbow. Actually, it's not even staying that well. Try to angle it a little bit better, like that. And then from here, you can kind of see where the tension point is in the elbow. And this is where we're going to want the methyl cellulose. So I'm going to hold this here. If you don't want to glue it, then I would take a little wire. Actually, maybe I'll do this even though I glued it because the glue is not really sticking. Just try to wrap the hand around the handle, maybe like this, with the wire so that it stays put while we work on the elbow. Yeah, it's not sticking at all, but that's okay. We have the wire to put it in place. Then now we can use our methyl cellulose. And I'm just going to try to get the elbow joint wet. You know, we don't want to get too many things wet. Otherwise, our arm will kind of rubberize. But basically from here, I'm going to gently push against that. Get that to hold in place. So that we have a more natural, like, elbow joint looking thing with our hand. And I'm also feeling like a tension point right there. So I'm going to add some MC to the shoulder. It's more so the front of the shoulder, just so that it can allow this a little bit easier. I think if I push down from underneath these layers too. So I'm pushing from the other side. Now we have a more rounded arm. And it kind of locks it into the position we want. Like that. And from here, I am going to hold it so that it can dry. So yeah, we'll come back when this is done. So it actually hasn't been very long since that last clip. I know I said to let it dry, but I've kind of moved the wire a little bit to stabilize this arm in a place where I think it'll be okay when it dries. And so I think we'll just keep moving on. Save some time. I think there are things we can still do, such as on this leg. See, we have these internal layers on the top of the battle or the waistcoat, battle dress type thing. I'm going to add some glue here, these layers, so that it can close, because we're getting towards the end and eventually we're going to be adding these surface details, which they'll be cleaner if these layers are together. So I'm going to add a little bit more here inside. I'm not sticking it to the leg. I'm just doing the internal layers here. Like that. All right, and that's sticking. And then I think from the other side, we can, let's see, do we need this? Yeah, I think it's safe. So the back waistcoat, we can actually attach it now to the base of where the hilt is. So it's like, this is right here. So let's just glue that together just to hold it in place. And this one you might need the hold or use a clip to let it stay. I'm going to grab a clip. I actually have these like reverse tweezers. You don't need these, but you can just use a clip. I'm just going to use this to be fast for now. All right, so something like this. Things are looking good. And then likewise, we can now adjust the back of the arm, the top of the arm flap. Add some PVA. Let this curve down. Ideally, we want it to be kind of round. So actually, I got to be a little bit careful here. Something like that. Might let it dry kind of like this and then curve it later so it's not warped. At this point, we're kind of just trying to add some final details to the model. All right, so we pretty much have finished up the top half of everything. I think we are pretty much good to go. Let's see, is there anything else we want to do? Okay, I think we just let this rest, let it dry. We'll finish the last leg, and then we're gonna add all the bevels and call it a day. So yeah, let me let the rest of this dry now. All right, so it's been some time and I took off some of the clamps and the wires. We just have this one left, and I think for the most part it should be good. You know, if the hand comes off later, that'll just be a final adjustment. But for the most part, this structure is done. So let me take off this wire. And we're looking pretty good. We mainly just need to complete this last leg and then kind of get everything into position, do the final details, and we'll be good to go. So let's go ahead and shape this leg. Now, this leg is not going to be as bent as the other one, right? Something like this. And because the leg does shorten when we bend it, and if we don't bend this one, then it's going to be too long, right? So just kind of keep that in mind as we are shaping. Now, we can still kind of start in the similar manner where we define the thigh like right around the top over here. With like this 45-degree fold, except instead of bending it then into a 90-degree, we kind of just crimp ever so slightly like this just to get that shape, but it's not really bending anything. And if we do need to bend something, we can actually just kind of pleat along this section to shorten it a little bit, or just to kind of have the knee sit underneath the thigh. And I'm going to do the same thing on the other side, right? Just get that shape for the leg, but not really bend it. We just want to define the leg enough. And so with the thigh kind of defined like this, now we can curve it because it's not so boxy. Just like this, similar to what we've done for the other leg. Right, we still want to make sure we see the knee. Something like this. And then remember on this side how we did those calves? We can do those calves a little bit earlier. And I think that will also help with this structure to get it to kind of stay. So this is just like a mountain valley fold down this direction. Right, so it's like a little crimp like this, or a little pleat like this. Trying to make it even for both sides. And this will actually help us make the calf rounder. But I think for now I'm just going to fold through the layer just to keep it easy. All right, so I'm making these pleats like that. But it's very shallow compared to the other leg. And then we can try to get some sort of knee shape without actually, folding our leg down. So yeah, I'm kind of pleating a little bit just in the center to give myself some room to add more shape around the sides. And that will also help the other pleats I made and turn more into crimps that will hold on to each other like this. I know I was kind of doing a lot. You might not have been able to see a whole lot of that, but I'm kind of folding, a lot of things together all at the same time just to kind of get some sort of defined knee here. I recommend that you at least try to replicate that. Now let's set in our foot. So remember, our foot is going to come right here at the beginning of this squash. And here we can try to open up the layers just to get the foot in place like this so we know where it's at. We'll do the actual foot shaping later. We're just trying to see where we want the calves to be, right? So I kind of made them a little bit too low. So I'm going to adjust the angle of it so that it is a better kind of shape. Which means I don't really pleat through the whole thing. Not as much through these layers here. All right, so we've roughly sketched out the leg. All right, this is by no means any final shaping, but I think by doing this, we're able to kind of visualize the hip position in order to then start locking down the leg. Remember how we use like a lot of PVA on the inside of the layers to strengthen the leg, this leg, and that'll let us do some more final shaping. So that's what we're gonna have to do again with this leg. But more importantly, where we want it to be angled is what we need to figure out first. So even though I've been fiddling with this, right, we still need that precursor work to be set in stone. This is just like precursor work for precursor work. And I think what we want is that foot, right? If we look at our other samurai, we try to match them up. It needs to stick out into the back a little bit. It's going to be like out this way. This whole thing is going to be out in this way a little bit. And then it's going to pull backwards a tad. And the ankle we want kind of the ankle to be heeled onto the floor. So this ankle might twist a little bit back here like this in order for it to kind of stand. And you can't see it from my screen, but I'm visualizing how it's standing by looking at it like this. I'm having it flat against my table and kind of visualize it. And I recommend that you try to visualize it for yourself as well. You know, again, it's not, the leg isn't turning this way, it's bending backwards a little bit in order to hit this angle, as well as the hip opening. So I think what we have to do first is get some PVA into the hip and get the hip set first. And then from there, we can work on the rest of the details for the actual leg itself. So now in these layers, right, we've avoided this so far, but now I can add a bunch of PVA here because we're kind of finishing up just like this to these internal layers. And even in this area over here, you can add a little bit where the torso is. Right, just get enough in there that it will relatively stick and stay. And honestly, I think we can close up right here too. We don't want to get rid of this swivel fold, but we can close just this corner here. So like this. And maybe we'll add some glue just right here. This hip. That way, when we pull on it, it will help stay. All right, so I think there's going to be another period of us waiting for it to dry. So I'm going to try to pull the hip like this and hold it right there. And I think that'll be enough for it to dry. Just wait for it to dry like this. And we'll come back to finish off those leg details. All right, so I think it's stable enough for us to keep working. I think what we can start on next is, again, more of the legs. So we won't do too much on the inner leg here besides just puff it out. I think it's going to be good. And then once we add some more glue to the internal layers, we'll be able to round it out, kind of like what we did for this leg. Now, we want to try to match all these details. So that includes the stuff we did in this area with the front of, this flap right here. So if you remember that, or if you don't remember that, basically we just angled it a little bit more forward and pulled on some of these layers to like swivel it outwards. That way it doesn't lay as flat as it did before. It kind of has some direction to open outwards. And then for this knee area, we can just kind of add some mountain folds that go from the corners and pull up a little bit. And again, try to match the angle that we have on the other side. It's okay if it's not like super exact, but just the indentation, I think, will be enough. We don't exactly have the same pleat that we do on the other side that angles the knee, but we can, just block it in a little bit like this. And then as we shape later on, we can clean it up. Now, one thing that you might be noticing is on the back, this part is starting to get stuck into the leg. So once we are more complete, we'll probably use some methyl cellulose to actually hold this open, wider like this, to imagine that the leg is actually, taking up width back there. So just kind of be aware that this needs to be lifted up a little bit in order to make some of the stuff in the back work. But I think for now, let's start working on the calf. So I'm going to actually glue the thighs. I think those angles are fine. And then we can do the calf. So let me add some glue. Just to the thigh area pleats. Just let that stick. And then since I think it can handle it, I'm going to add some glue to the inside of these layers, just on the thigh. So I'm kind of back coating the thigh layers with PVA, and this will give us some more rigidity once we start to round it out with shaping. So I know you can't really see what's going on, but I'm just putting some PVA on the back layer. All right. And then now for the front, let me show the other leg again. Remember how I started to draw the calf by finding where the heel should be, making a mountain fold, and then doing like a 3D crimp type thing to get the calf shape? We're going to do that same thing. So it is a little bit hard to like replicate everything. But actually, before we do that, let's finish the foot. I think we need to do the ankle structure before we fold everything in, because it's a little bit dependent on it. So to do the ankle structure, first I fold this in half, make two smaller pleats like this on both sides. Just try to make them the same. It's like this, so Mountain Valley. Like that. And then with this little diamond shape here, we pleat that a little bit further in. Again, I'm just trying to match the other foot for the most part. See if that looks roughly the same. I think I just need to make the pleat here a little bit better. And then there's like some extra tabs, and we just fold these in to keep both of those in place. And that way it kind of squares out the sides of the foot a little bit better. Now, because of the sword, it's hard to raise the model on the other side, so I'm going to do this. Okay. Now it'll stay put. Okay, now we can look at the calf from this side. And so we can observe that the heel should be around here on the bottom. So I'm going to make my mountain fold up where I think the heel should be, up until where I think the calf should also go. And then do like a little valley fold underneath it like this. And that will give us that starting shape for our calf. Right? Yeah, something like this. I think it actually needs to pull in a little bit further at a better angle. And that will help set this calf shape. And again, I'm kind of just drawing in the shape of the calf as I see fit. Kind of where I think it should be. And it's kind of turning into something a little bit different than the other side, which is okay. You know, in this case, we don't have to exactly match the other side. It's more important that I'm actually making something that looks like a calf and make each individual leg look good. And if possible, let it close on the other side. So yeah, I mean, it's really hard to show on camera. I think there's not an exact sequence of folds I'm doing, but I'm really just trying to study what this calf looks like and try to get it to obey me as good as possible, which it's not doing too well right now, but this stuff takes time to get it to look correct. Okay, so that's like one side of the leg. It's not super great. I'll probably go back and adjust it later. But I think with right we in this joint, it's a little different. So if I can lock this swivel fold in, then it will let us round out the leg a little bit better. And okay, we're just going to try on the other side just to find where this ankle should be. It should be like right around there. Make a mountain fold. A little pleat. That will then give us the shape of the calf. A little bit on this side. like that. All right, so it's not as rounded as the other side. I think the other leg is like way better, but this should work. I think what'll help is as we tighten up some of the folds and add supports, then we'll be able to close the leg a bit more and make more of that calf shape. But this isn't too bad, right? It's just not able to close as nicely. So similar to the other foot, what I'm going to do now is apply some glue to the bottom of the leg and on the inside of the shin. And once that dries, it'll let us shape it a bit better. So support. And I think I should have cleaned my brush a little bit better. This, yeah, it's too much glue. Just try to get an even coating. You don't want it to pool too much. Otherwise it gets weird, forms a weird plastic layer. But just get like a thin coat that covers the whole thing. And then I'm going to add some into the calf. Not the calf, the shin. And just let everything in here kind of strengthen. All right, so we can kind of leave that to dry for now. And then I think while that's drying, let's set the back waistcoat to stay up like this a bit more. And I think the way we're going to do that is with methyl cellulose, not with PVA. Let me switch over to methyl cellulose. This. And the main point of contention or of tension is in this hinge underneath the area. So I'm going to get this wet. As well as a little bit in the top area. So in this top hinge here, I'm also going to put MC. And as it kind of soaks and once it sets, it should give it the memory to hold in place. I'm just going to have to hold it like this or kind of have something set against it. Maybe right here, I can keep this nice and at the right angle for it to dry properly. So something like this. So I'm going to let it dry at this angle. I'm going to let the foot dry and then we'll go from there. All right, at this point, things are dry and we are really getting close to the end. So before we wrap up the final leg stuff, which we still have a bit to do, and then all the bevels, I think we can work on the back a little bit. So now these back arm flaps are a little bit more sturdy. So you just want to round them out a little bit. I mean, even as they are is kind of okay, but you can just give them a little bit of rounding. I think it'll look nicer. It's like this, just some small details. And then with this back flap, we can actually work on that. So what I'm going to do actually is open this up a little bit. Currently, we've folded this. We have these little curves that, fit alongside of it. And it actually gives it quite a lot of flexibility. And as it is, I can drop it down between here and kind of line it up with the center of the back waistcoat. And it like almost lines up and actually kind of makes it look like the back muscles are torquing kind of how they should for it to be in this pose. But if we do this, we have like a big hole in the side, right? Now we don't really want that hole. So before we lock the back flap in, we can use these layers because we didn't glue the inside to give some depth to the body. So I'm going to arbitrarily just reach inside these layers to find one that kind of opens up all the way to the top like this and just gently kind of buff out to the side to give some depth out to the side like this. And because it was glued earlier, this is kind of just staying open for me like that naturally. And that will give our body some depth. And I'm going to do that on the other side as well. And ideally it won't mess up our current like arm posing or shoulders. So you have to be a little bit careful, make sure you're not interrupting any of those, but generally you just want it to kind of open up like this, right? Give some depth like that. And, you know, I guess if we want to really set it, we can add some PVA to the inside, but I think at this point, just adding those folds, let it stay in place. To be safe, I'll add some PVA just to the inside, let it lock down. I'm just filling in kind of that groove with PVA. That might be too much, like that. And then now I'm going to add some PVA just to the end bit here of the back flap. So it can close cleanly like this. And then drop it down into where I had it earlier. And in this case, I'm just going to glue it in place where I think it should be, which should kind of line up around there. So I'm going to add some glue. And we might still have a little bit of a gap between the body and this back flap. And so we're going to try to minimize that as much as possible, but you know, we'll kind of have to work around it. So we can fit that in there like this. But a lot of that can be, right, I mean, we can barely see it, honestly. Maybe it's more apparent from this side. We have that little gap right there. That's kind of okay. Once this is set in, so like maybe I should add a little bit more glue so it can really stick in place. But because it's curved, right, I can kind of curve on this, on the back like that, and it'll help close up that gap. So we will do that after this dries. I'm going to let this sit first. And yeah, we'll come back. All right, so it's, yeah, we're getting really close to the end, I think. All right, things are looking pretty good. So I used the stand to help it dry in place, and it also kind of helped keep the back curved. As you can see, it's a lot more reduced in terms of where that hole is. And then as we kind of push this further in, I think it'll get even closer to being where we want it. Overall, Samurai's looking good. There is just one last area that we really need to adjust, and that will allow us to then get to the actual finishing touches of this model. Or actually, maybe there's two. Okay, but the main one is this leg position. So we've kind of finished the general shaping of this leg. We've secured it, and now we just need it to stand properly. So as you can see, it's a much wider stance on our completed square twist samurai. So now we just need to kind of do that same thing. So we already, you know, posed it once, but it wasn't quite enough. I think we're going to have to, you know, get some methyl cellulose, apply more, and just stretch it out to about here, where it seems a bit more natural for our samurai to be standing. So for you guys to see it from this angle, I'm going to pull it back a little bit into the side like that. And it's probably going to add like a bend here as it's more outwards. And at the same time, I might even change the direction of this leg a little bit just so it can kind of match. And then the last thing I'm going to do that I just saw while I was filming this is this area right here. I'm going to apply some methyl cellulose so that it can thin out. It's kind of sticking out right now, but I'm going to get it wet so we can change the memory and push it in like this so it kind of matches the roundness of our body and it doesn't look awkward sticking out there. So let's go ahead and do those two things. I'm going to apply some MC here. let's do this part first, just so it can start to soak. Let's get some methyl cellulose in these layers for the back of the waistcoat. Get some underneath here. All right, and with that, it will help us to pull that in place. Now I'm gonna get the rest of the things set, and then I'll hold it while it dries like this. Next up, we have the legs. So I'm actually gonna apply MC to a good portion of the inside of both legs. And mainly towards the hip areas is where I'm applying this methyl cellulose. I'm actually gonna pour myself a little bit more. So very much on the internal layers and on the underside of the hips. All right, so I tried to use up as much of that methyl cellulose as I could. And now we'll be holding it in place. So for video, I'm going to show like me with my hands trying to pose it in place. And I think as it's drying, I'm going to switch to holding it in place with a wire and then allow that to kind of sit for a longer period of time. But for now, yeah, I'm just kind of adjusting this area, seeing where it would look good, which I think is kind of like this. Not spread out like that. Much wider base, and then get this one to just bump up ever so slightly there. And yeah, so I'm going to be letting this dry. I'm going to hold it, and then I'll probably wrap it in some wire to hold it in place. And I'm also going to use this stand to help it actually hit its standing position correctly and let it dry like that. And once we're done, we'll come back and do some finishing touches like the bevels. All right, so I got a different display stand that can hold the model a little bit easier for now, just by the neck. And it's, mostly dried. So let me take it off and take off some of the wires. Now, what happens with a lot of models I shape is even if I do this step, I still have to tweak things a little bit later. The more you look at it, the more mistakes you probably find. It just is how it is. And then at some point you decide you're done, and yeah, you just go from there. But I think what we can do here is start on these bevels, because this tutorial cannot be infinite in length. And I think from there, we'll pretty much be done. I think I will go ahead and spend my additional hours doing really small changes and then show it at the end. But just keep that in mind, these things take a long time, or you can just decide not to do it. But we're like, 90% there, 99% there. All right, last thing we're going to add, the bevels. So the square twist samurai, obviously one of the key features was the square twist, but the other is like the bevels around each kind of, rectangular type of plane. And so I'll show you how to do this. It's pretty easy. You don't need tweezers, but it is a lot easier if you use them. Let's maybe demonstrate on this flap right here. Basically what we're going to do is we're just making mountain folds and pinching them in. But with the tweezers, it's a little bit easier to consistently get the same length on each one, because I can like measure it each side. So as you can see, as I'm creating this mountain fold, I'm like using the flat edge to kind of measure where it's at. And I'm not pinching a fold. I'm actually using my thumb to push against the tweezers to start this fold. And then once we have it made, right, I'm going to crease a little bit and use my fingernail and kind of push like this to get that bevel shape where it's, you know, more so crimped, or it's like a half pleat on one side, or it's more so just accentuating the fact that there's a mountain fold there. Right. And so most of it is just pushing against your fingernail. You don't really have to fold anything flat. You can see even with just that small movement, I've developed a nice line with some shadow. And in this case, we're going to add this to each side. Now, this specific part actually has a longer side, or like a corner right here. So we're going to add it to the corner too before we move along to the vertical sides. Make sure you get that. And then I'm going to move it onwards here. And the goal is just to try to make them all the same width. And you can kind of just eyeball it according to what I've shown and try to keep it consistent like this. So now I'm just going to try to push it against my thumbnail to add that bevel shape, right? You can kind of see it for me. And along the corners, there will be some like weird crimps that form. So like kind of where the sections overlap, you'll get some naturally forming creases that will just, you know, you can just crease them into place to kind of denote where they are in order for it to kind of be accentuated. So in this case, we have a little corner here that we can kind of give a little extra tab. Probably have to do that on this side as well. Restart that and then work our way up. Like this. There we go. So you can see I'm still taking my time, just trying to get it nice, but this is a pretty easy step to do. And even though it's just a small texture, I think it adds a lot visually because it gives these flat planes more depth. Right, so now we have that part done. And, you know, I'm not going to show myself doing all of these. There's a lot to do. I think I can just tell you which ones to do. And then you can look at my photo of the original square twist ceremony to check if you've finished all of them. So obviously we have this area here. We have the torso along the edges like this. We have the waistcoat pauldrons. This just makes a frame. We don't have any on the shoulders, actually. It's just too thin. And we don't have it on the back either. So it's mainly just on the front that we have these. And I think it, especially around here, it adds some nice texture. And of course, around the torso. So yeah, you know, again, like if you just need to see it quickly, you're just kind of using tweezers and your fingernails to add some mountain folds and then fold against it to enunciate that crease. So like in this area, I'm demonstrating it just because it's like a thicker layer, but if you press hard, you can still form the same thing. Like that. Right. So go ahead and do all this. I think, again, this is going to take forever if I just repeatedly show this in the tutorial. So I'm not going to show the rest of it. I'm just going to tell you to do it. And the other thing I'm going to do before the next clip is I'm going to do a little bit more final tweaking. So I think, again, I said this is like 99% shaped, but just the extra 1% of maybe turning the head a little bit more, maybe trying to get the ankle to sit on the floor better, just checking the posture and the pose. And like my hand fell off here, so just reattaching that to the sheath. All these small little things I'm going to do as well. And we'll come back. Once it's all done, I'll do a little showcase and that'll be the tutorial. So yeah, at least for now, go ahead and add all these bevels, do a little bit more shaping on your own, and we'll be right back. And here it is. We have finally completed the square twist samurai. I know I said I was going to tweak some things. I actually didn't tweak too much. I kind of just positioned the legs a little bit better, but didn't change too much overall. And then as you can see, we finished all these bevels. So we've got one here in the center torso. We've got the chest and also the inside plate and the other side of the leg as well. And that's pretty much it. I've also reattached the hand to the sheath just to make it kind of a little cleaner. And overall, I think we are looking pretty good. As always, you could keep doing more if you really wanted to, just to make it better and better. But I'm going to call it here as a complete and finished square twist samurai. So congratulations. If you've made it this far, please let me know if you folded it. Send me a picture on Instagram and tag me or do something like that. I think it'd be really awesome to know how many people have successfully completed this tutorial. To date, this is definitely the longest and most challenging tutorial on my channel. So if you've made it yourself, you're definitely in the special club of making the square twist samurai. Yeah, I hope you all very much enjoyed this tutorial series. Next up, we have the exciting sword and shield, which will definitely be easier than this model. But I look forward to seeing your samurais. Other than that, thank you so much for watching and have a good one. I'll see you in the next video.
All this origami, all this origami, all this origami got me going kamikaze.